Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Certainly that heart is steel-framed, which, in spite of one's chanting the holy name of the Lord with concentration, does not change when ecstasy takes place. Tears fill the eyes, and the hairs stand on end. Purport: we should note with profit that in the first 3 chapters of the 2nd canto, a gradual process of development of devotional service is being presented. In the first chapter, the first step in devotional service for God consciousness by the process of hearing and chanting has been stressed, and a gross conception of the personality of Godhead in his universal form for the beginners is recommended. By such a gross conception of God through the material manifestations of his energy, one is enabled to spiritualize the mind and the senses and gradually concentrate the mind upon Lord Vishnu, the Supreme, who is present as the Supersoul in every heart and everywhere, in every atom of the material universe. The system of Pancha Upasana, recommending 5 mental attitudes for the common man, is also enacted for this purpose, namely, gradual development, worship of the superior that may be in the form of fire, electricity, the sun, the mass of living beings, Lord Shiva, and at last the impersonal Supersoul, the partial representation of Lord Vishnu. They are all nicely described in the 2nd chapter. Hare Krishna, welcome. But in the 3rd chapter, further development is prescribed one after one has actually reached the stage of Vishnu worship or pure devotional service. And the mature stage of Vishnu worship is suggested herein in relation to the change of heart. The whole process of spiritual culture is aimed at changing the heart of the living being in the matter of his eternal relation with the Supreme Lord as subordinate servant, which is his eternal constitutional position. So, with the progress of devotional service, the reaction of change in the heart is exhibited by gradual detachment from the sense of material enjoyment by a false sense of lording it over the world, and an increase in the attitude of rendering loving service to the Lord. Vidhi bhakti, or regulated devotional service by the limbs of the body, namely the eyes, the ears, the nose, the hands, and the legs, as already explained here and before, is now stressed herein in relation to the mind, which is the impetus for all activities of the limbs of the body. It is expected by all means that by discharging regulated devotional service, one must manifest the change of heart. If there is no such change, the heart must be considered steel-framed, for it is not melted even when there is chanting of the holy name of the Lord. We must always remember that hearing and chanting are the basic principles of discharge of devotional duties. And if they are properly performed, there will follow the reactional ecstasy with signs of tears in the eyes and standing of the hairs on the body. These are the natural consequences and are the preliminary symptoms of the bhava stage, which occurs before one reaches the perfectional stage of prema, love of Godhead. If the reaction does not take place even after continuous hearing and chanting of the holy name of the Lord, it may be considered to be due to offenses only. That is the opinion of the Sandarbha. In the beginning of chanting of the holy name of the Lord, if the devotee has not been very careful about evading the 10 kinds of offenses at the feet of the holy name, certainly the reaction of feelings of separation will not be visible by tears in the eyes and standing of the hair on end. The bhava stage is manifested by 8 transcendental symptoms, namely inertness, perspiration, standing of hairs on end, failing in the voice, trembling, paleness of the body, tears in the eyes, and finally trance. The Nectar of Devotion, a summary study of Sri Rupa Goswami's Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, explains those symptoms and vividly describes other transcendental developments, both in steady and accelerating manifestations. Hare Krishna, welcome. We're having their morning program starting now.
Yeah.
And did you know we're moving next week? Yeah. Have you seen the new place yet? Oh, it's very nice. They're still working, getting it all ready, but we're moving over Thursday, and then on Friday morning the deities will be coming.
Yeah, we are ready because she does the garland service.
Oh, nice.
That's why we know.
Uh-huh.
And we get the emails also.
Oh, good. Good. Can you stay for the morning program?
No, we have to go. She just came
Oh.
because she had made the garland to make sure it's right size.
Yes.
We found that it's too tall.
She's taking over for Ruby Mataji, huh?
No, she does
With Ruby.
part of the same team.
Uh-huh. So what is your good name?
Vasant.
Basant? Like springtime, huh?
Springtime.
Jai.
I was born in spring.
Uh-huh. Nice. Spring is very nice. Krishna has a Rasalila in springtime as well as in the fall time. There's a Sharadiya Rasalila and a Vasant Rasalila. So he dances at night like that.
I've listened to your discussion about Bhagavad Gita in Stanford
Uh-huh.
last year sometime.
Yes. We should have some more of those. Yeah.
No, I don't get any more emails from Stanford. They're not doing.
They haven't done one for a while. I mean, they did a couple after the one that I did. There was, let me think who came. There was a devotee from IIT, right? I don't remember his name. Gauranga. There was Devamrita Swami came twice, I think, since then. And Hanumat Preshak Swami. And but they haven't had one in a while, so they should have one soon. You know, we've been putting a lot of energy to getting the new place built and stuff like that. My wife is there every day, from morning till night.
Is she the one looking after the kitchen project? Or?
Yeah, kitchen, all the remodeling. You know, there's so many details. Painting, you know, the bathrooms. There's a guest room in the temple.
There's a guest room?
Yeah, there's one room there for, you know, like a visiting devotee to stay, or a pujari to stay overnight. If they live far away, they can stay. We don't yet have a... Srila Prabhupada had instructed us to have a facility. Of course, in those days, we all lived at the temple. All this full-time initiated devotees would come and move it, and they had like an ashram. And then we also would always keep one guest room for our life members to come and stay for up to 3 days, any temple in the world. But we don't have that facility yet here, but we'll be developing also. Like in Los Angeles, they have guest rooms. Yeah.
Is that the same location from day one? The one which is there now?
No, that was not the first temple in Los Angeles, but it's been there since 40 years now, since it's been there. So before the Watsika Avenue Temple, they had a place on Sepulveda Boulevard, I think.
I may not be 100% accurate, but all the houses around the temple now, mostly devotees, correct?
Yes. The temple, or ISKCON through different corporations, owns those apartment buildings, several of those buildings across the street. And most of those tenants in those buildings are devotees. And also there's ashrams for the brahmacharis and the brahmacharinis and so forth. BBT offices are there and different things.
We were fortunate to go for the 4:30 darshan in the morning, then evening darshan on Sunday.
Yes.
The best part is the balcony view.
Yes.
Crowded in
Yeah, you can go up to the balcony. Yeah. Yeah, it will be crowded. This new place is, the temple space in the temple room is at least 4 times bigger than this. Maybe 5 times bigger than this. It's approved by the city for 200 and something people. But that means we'll probably have 400. But it will get crowded, I think. It's a very beautiful place.
We are excited. We're just waiting
I'm afraid, when I look at the altar room that they built there, I'm afraid that these shingasans for the deities are too simple and small. They may need something with carved wooden canopies over the top and stuff like that. We'll see. They may look small in the new altar room. So what we normally do at this time, in fact we're a little bit late, is we read the English translation of Brahma Samhita. And we read 5 verses at a time. If you want to join me, you can. Otherwise, I have to read it because we have to keep on schedule.
Oh, okay, so you can go ahead, carry on.
All right. Text 1. Krishna, who is known as Govinda, is the supreme Godhead. He has an eternal blissful spiritual body. He is the origin of all. He has no other origin, and he is the prime cause of all causes. The spiritual place of transcendental pastimes of Krishna is portrayed in the 2nd verse. The super-excellent station of Krishna, which is known as Gokul, has thousands of petals and a corolla like that of a sprout lotus. Sprouted from a part of his infinitary aspect, the whirl of the leaves being the actual abode of Krishna. The whirl of that transcendental lotus is the realm wherein dwells Krishna. It is a hexagonal figure, the abode of the indwelling, predominated and predominating aspect of the Absolute. Like a diamond, the central supporting figure of self-luminous Krishna stands as the transcendental source of all potencies. The holy name, consisting of 18 transcendental letters, is manifested in a hexagonal figure with 6-fold divisions. The whirl of that eternal realm, Gokula, is the hexagonal abode of Krishna. Its petals are the abodes of gopis, who are part and parcel of Krishna, to whom they are most lovingly devoted and are similar in essence. The petals shine beautifully like so many walls. The extended leaves of that lotus are the garden-like Dhamma, that is, spiritual abode of Sri Radhika, the most beloved of Krishna. The surrounding external plane of Gokul is described in this verse. There is a mysterious quadrangular place named Shwetadweep surrounding the outskirts of Gokula. Shwetadweep is divided into 4 parts on all sides. The abode of Vasudev, Sankarshan, Pradyumna, and Aniruddha are separately located in each of these 4 parts. These 4 divided abodes are enveloped by the 4-fold human requirements, such as piety, wealth, passion, and liberation, as also by the 4 Vedas, namely Rig, Sama, Yajur, and the Tharva, which deal with the mantra and which are the bases of achievements of the 4-fold mundane requirements. 10 tridents are fixed in the 10 directions, including the zenith and nadir. The 8 directions are decorated with the 8 jewels of Mahapadma, Padma, Shankha, Makara, Kachapa, Mukunda, Kunda, and Nila. There are 10 protectors, Dikpalas, of the 10 directions in the form of mantra. The associates of the hues of blue, yellow, red, and white, and the extraordinary potencies bearing the names of Vimala, etc., shine on all sides. Hare Krishna, thanks for coming. Vashant, and your name is?
Nina.
Nina, okay. Hare Krishna. Nice meeting you, Nina. Vashant, Hare Krishna. You see me around, so now we know. I know your name.
Yeah,
I'm Akruranatha. Okay.
We went once for your lecture in Stanford.
Yes.
We attended that.
How did you like that?
Wonderful.
Okay, good.
As always.
So we should do some more lectures in Stanford soon coming up.
Okay.
We have the Bhakti Yoga Club at Stanford University, and in conjunction with Pacific Learning Alliance, which is our educational and cultural wing, non-religious branch, because religious, you can't get certain kinds of like matching funds from corporations and stuff. So we have a section that does non-religious, just cultural, educational. Because educating about Bhagavad Gita, it's philosophy also, and it's about culture, Indian culture, making the world aware of, So that Pacific Learning Alliance also gets money, which we're using for these lecture series and other things, and will be developing their own Bhakti Center house and stuff. So it's everything is progressing very nicely, and we're getting now from the corporations. If you work in the corporation, you can get matching funds, and so it's working out very nicely. So the new temple. I have some good news about the new temple. Anyone who's listening on the television or internet, Vaishasika is now in Los Angeles, and he asked Svavas, the temple president in Los Angeles. They have the Bhaktivedanta Book Trust of North America, where they publish these books. So they had painters. In the 1970s especially, they had many paintings done to illustrate the books. And those paintings, they didn't have walls to put them on, so they stored them in a warehouse. And they put them on some walls. But it's hard to store paintings in a warehouse properly. You have to keep it at the right temperature and keep it clean, and no vermin comes and eats the canvas or whatever. And these are part of ISKCON history, the masterpieces of the Krishna art group. So Vaishesika asked Suvas, we have a new temple now in Silicon Valley. Maybe we could borrow some of those paintings and put them on the wall. And he said, oh yes, as many as you can. Take whatever paintings you like. So we'll have all of a sudden, we have many walls to put up paintings. We'll have to, if we put them up in the children's classrooms, we'll have to teach the children that they have to respect it and not like write on it with crayon or something like that. No. Prabhupada, no, but he instructed his disciples, Jadharani and others, our Dhriti Dasi, she's here in our community. He instructed them because we needed some illustrations. So Jadharani made a copy of a painting of the Panchatattva, like something like you see there. It was a different painting. We have one on the altar there. So Srila Prabhupada said, you should do that. She was a young student, Judy Kozlovsky, Bhaktin Judy. She was studying blues guitar. She brought her guitar teacher, an old Christian reverend, an old African-American gentleman who is known as the Reverend Gary Davis. She brought him to 2nd Avenue. I've just been reading some of this history, and he had a discussion with Prabhupada. He was famous for writing a song called Cocaine Running Round Through My Brain, among other songs. But he was a popular person there. And a lot of Srila Prabhupada's early disciples, they were musicians. They had, like I just read one memoir of Achyutananda. He became a bhajan leader that went all over India, and people were, coming in the thousands to hear him sing, an American sing about Krishna. And he was playing the flute when he was young, teenager, before he joined the temple. And it was the scene when a lot of these people who became famous musicians later, Bob Dylan and Jimi Hendrix, and and there was a guy named Richie Havens. He was played at Woodstock. He was a famous. So he was like Richie Havens was a friend of Chuck's. They would go and play gigs together at have to go and do to make a living to do at a movie theater or something like that and play music. And there's an American comedian named Richard Pryor. You may have heard of him. And so they were, he's talking about like. Before these guys were famous, he was going out to some place with Richard Pryor, and they were making fun of him and stuff like that. So he became a devotee. So Judy became Jadharani, Prabhupada's disciple, and he taught her how she should paint Krishna. And she would ask him questions, what does he have in his hands, and which one has the lotus, and which one has the club, and how should he be portrayed? And Prabhupada would teach her, he has to be effulgent, he has to have light coming from his body, and he has to have like this and that. And so he taught them how to make these paintings, although he himself was not he didn't mix the paints and put them on the canvas.
We'll be very fortunate to have all those
paintings. We'll have a lot of painting, whichever ones we want, and we can restore them if need be. So it will be very nice. So the temple is looking very nice. It's it's
moving this next week?
This week coming. So on Thursday, a lot of the moving will take place. Unfortunately, most of our people are busy working during the week. So we were going to move on Thursday, and then at least the altar pieces, the Shringasans, will be moved on Thursday. And so the Lords will stay overnight one night here without their Shringasans. And then at 7:30 on Friday morning, there will be a procession. We should get some flower petals and stuff and conch shells so that they can make the right impression as they move to their new place. And then I was saying before, I'm afraid that these Shringasans are going to look small and too simple in the new place. So we'll have to make them better ones later. But so Friday morning they're coming over to the temple. And then Saturday, there's a moving truck that's been arranged so that the devotees can actually come and get every scrap of everything out of here and over there. And then Sunday, we're walking through here with the landlord because we have a deposit to get back from the landlord. Hopefully he'll give us back our money, so that's it. Friday is the schedule. 7:30 in the morning, the deities are leaving from here, and then they're going to their new place. So we have to have some people here to see them off, and some people are there to greet them. Yeah. I have, unfortunately, unless they can reschedule it, I have a deposition. I'm a lawyer, so I have to have a deposition that day. So I won't be able to attend unless I can get them to change it, and we'll see. Maybe because I've been slow in producing all the documents, the lawyer on the other side will say, okay, we want to change the deposition until after we get all the documents. But he didn't do that last time. He likes to come to the deposition and make a point. Where were those documents? You didn't give us the documents. All right, well, we should get on with the class because we have a schedule to keep. So Nina and Vasant, Hare Krishna. I have to remember everybody's name. I feel stupid that I see everybody, but I haven't learned everyone's name. So I'll see you hopefully on Friday, and otherwise, like Sunday evening, they'll be. We have to also, one thing, anyone who's listening on the internet also, we have to be very careful about making a decent impression on the neighbors there. Because if the neighbors become angry with us, who is this new place that moved in, it's become a big nuisance, then they can make trouble for us. Even though we've spent so much money buying the place and fixing the place up, they can say, hey, these guys are making, and they can call the city and have them inspect us and make trouble. So, in fact, I'd like to go around door to door throughout the whole neighborhood and say, give people books and give them sweet balls and say, we wanted to introduce ourselves, and if you have any problem, let us know, and we'll try to fix it, if the noise is too much. The parking is a very serious issue. We're not allowed to park in their apartment, spaces, because that's where they park, and those are set aside for them. There's parking in the street, there's parking in front of the temple, and we're going to try to make some arrangement with the Sizzler restaurant. There's a gate into the restaurant behind, so we're going to try to make some arrangement with them where we pay them some money so that our people can park back there. Maybe even someday, for Janmashtami, we can rent the whole parking lot or something like, so we can put pandals up or something. And it's right. That's that has the frontage right on the El Camino Real. So people can park back there in all those shopping centers, cost plus and everything. It's a little bit of a walk, but the gate will be open. So if you walk through the Sizzler lot, you can come to the temple that way. But if you go into the apartment complexes and you park in their parking spaces, then they may get us kicked out of the neighborhood, So we have to be very, very careful about how much noise we make, how much crowds there are, and especially parking is something that we're worried about. Okay, Hare Krishna. The Lord of Gokula is the transcendental Supreme Godhead, the own self of eternal ecstasies. He is the superior of all superiors and is busily engaged in the enjoyments of the transcendental realm and has no association with his mundane potency. Krishna never consorts with his illusory energy. Still, her connection is not entirely cut off from the absolute truth. When he intends to create the material world, the amorous pastime in which he engages by consorting with his own spiritual chit potency, Rama, by casting his glance at the diluting energy in the shape of sending his time energy, is an auxiliary activity. The secondary process of association with Maya is described. Rama Devi, the spiritual chit potency, beloved consort of the Supreme Lord, is the regulatrix of all entities. The divine plenary portion of Krishna creates the mundane world. At creation there appears a divine halo of the nature of his subjective portion, Swangsha. This halo is divine Shambhu, the masculine symbol or manifested emblem of the Supreme Lord. This halo is the dim twilight reflection of the Supreme Eternal Effulgence. This masculine symbol is the subjective portion of divinity who functions as progenitor of the mundane world, subject to the supreme regulatrix, Niyati. The conceiving potency in regard to mundane creation makes her appearance out of the supreme regulatrix. She is Maya, the limited, non-absolute apara potency, the symbol of mundane feminine productivity. The intercourse of these two brings forth the faculty of perverted cognition, the reflection of the seed of the procreative desire of the Supreme Lord. All offspring of the consort of the great Lord, Maheshwara, of this mundane world, are of the nature of the embodiment of the mundane masculine and feminine generative organs. The person embodying the material causal principle, namely the great Lord of this mundane world, Maheshwara, Shambhu, in the form of the male generating organ, is joined to his female consort, the limited energy, Maya, as the official causal principle. The Lord of the world, Mahavishnu, is manifest in him by his subjective portion in the form of his glance. The Lord of the mundane world, Mahavishnu, possesses thousands of heads, eyes, hands. He is the source of thousands of avatars and his thousands of subjective portions. He is the creator of thousands of individual souls. The same Mahavishnu is spoken of by the name of Narayana in this mundane world. From that eternal person has sprung the vast expanse of water of the spiritual causal ocean. The subjective portion of Sankarshana, who abides in Paravyoma, the above supreme Purusha with thousands of subjective portions, reposes in the state of divine sleep, Yoga Nidra, in the waters of the spiritual causal ocean. The spiritual seeds of Sankarshana, existing in the pores of skin of Mahavishnu, are born as so many golden sperms. These sperms are covered with 5 great elements. The same Mahavishnu entered into each universe, has his own separate subjective portions. The divine portions that entered into each universe are possessed of his majestic extension. That is, they are the eternal universal soul, Mahavishnu, possessing thousands of heads. The same Mahavishnu created Vishnu from his left limb, Brahma, the first progenitor of beings, from his right limb, and from the space between his 2 eyebrows, Shambhu, the divine masculine manifested halo. The function of Shambhu in relation to jivas is that this universe enshrining the mundane egotistic principle has originated from Shambhu. Thereupon the same great personal Godhead, assuming the threefold forms of Vishnu, Prajapati, and Shambhu, entering into the mundane universe, plays the pastimes of preservation, creation, and destruction of this world. This pastime is contained in the mundane world. Hence, it being perverted, the Supreme Lord, identical with Mahavishnu, prefers to consort with goddess Yoga Nidra, the constituent of his own spiritual chit potency, full of the ecstatic trance of eternal bliss appertaining to his own divine personality. When Vishnu, lying in the ocean of milk, wills to create this universe, a golden lotus springs from his navel pit. The golden lotus with its stem is the abode of Brahma, representing Brahmaloka or Satyaloka. Before their conglomeration, the primary elements in their nascent state remained originally separate entities. Non-application of the conglomerating process is the cause of their separate existence. Divine Mahavishnu, primal Godhead, through association with his own spiritual chit potency, moved Maya, and by the application of the conglomerating principle created those different entities in their state of cooperation. And after that he himself consorted with Yoga Nidra by way of his eternal dalliance with his spiritual chit potency. By conglomerating all those separate entities, he manifested the innumerable mundane universes and himself entered into the inmost recess of every extended conglomerate Virat Vigraha. At that time, those jivas who had lain dormant during the cataclysm were awakened. The same jiva is eternal, and is for eternity and without a beginning, joined to the Supreme Lord by the tie of an eternal kinship. He is transcendental spiritual potency. The divine lotus which springs from the navel pit of Vishnu is in every way related by the spiritual tie with all souls, and is the origin of four-faced Brahma versed in the 4 Vedas. On coming out of the lotus, Brahma, being guided by the divine potency, turned his mind to the act of creation under the impulse of previous impressions. But he could see nothing but darkness in every direction. Then the goddess of learning, Saraswati, the divine consort of the Supreme Lord, said thus to Brahma, who saw nothing but gloom in all directions: O Brahma, this mantra, namely, Kling Krishnaya Govindaya Gopi Jana Vallabhaya Swaha, will assuredly fulfill your heart's desire. O Brahma, do thou practice spiritual association by means of this mantra, then all your desires will be fulfilled. Brahma, being desirous of satisfying Govinda, practiced the cultural acts for Krishna in Goloka, Lord of Shwetadvipa, for a long time. His meditation ran thus: there exists a divine lotus of 1,000 petals, augmented by millions of filaments in the transcendental land of Goloka. On its world there exists a great divine throne on which is seated Sri Krishna, the form of eternal effulgence of transcendental bliss, playing on his divine flute resonant with the divine sound, with his lotus mouth. He is worshipped by his amorous milkmaids with their respective subjective portions and extensions, and also by his external energy who stays outside, embodying all mundane qualities. Then Gayatri, mother of the Vedas, being made manifest, that is imparted by the divine sound of the flute of Sri Krishna, entered into the lotus mouth of Brahma, born from himself through his 8 ear holes. The lotus-born Brahma, having received the Gayatri, sprung from the flute song of Sri Krishna, attained the status of the twice-born, having been initiated by the supreme primal preceptor, Godhead himself. Enlightened by the recollection of that Gayatri, embodying the 3 Vedas, Brahma became acquainted with the expanse of the ocean of truth. Then he worshipped Sri Krishna, the essence of all Vedas, with this hymn: I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, the first progenitor, who is tending the cows, yielding all desire in abodes built with spiritual gems, surrounded by millions of purpose trees, always served with great reverence and affection by hundreds of thousands of Lakshmis or Gopis. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, who is adept in playing on his flute, with blooming eyes like lotus petals, with head decked with peacock's feather, with the figure of beauty tinged with the hue of blue clouds, and his unique loveliness charming millions of cupids. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, round whose neck is swinging a garland of flowers beautified with the moon locket, whose 2 hands are adorned with flute and jeweled ornaments, who always revels in pastimes of love, whose graceful 3-fold bending form of Shama Sundara is eternally manifest. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, whose transcendental form is full of bliss, truth, substantiality, and is thus full of the most dazzling splendor. Each of the limbs of that transcendental figure possesses in himself the full-fledged functions of all the organs, and eternally sees, maintains, and manifests the infinite universes, both spiritual and mundane. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, who is inaccessible to the Vedas, but obtainable by pure, unalloyed devotion of the soul, who is without a second, who is not subject to decay, is without a beginning, whose form is endless, who is the beginning and the eternal Purusha, yet he is a person possessing the beauty of blooming youth. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, only the tip of the toe of whose lotus feet is approached by the yogis who aspire after the transcendental and betake themselves to pranayama by drilling the respiration, or by the jnanis who try to find out the non-differentiated Brahman by the process of elimination of the mundane extending over thousands of millions of years. He is an undifferentiated entity, as there is no distinction between potency and the possessor thereof. In his work of creation of millions of worlds, his potency remains inseparable. All the universes exist in him, and he is present in his fullness in every one of the atoms that are scattered throughout the universe at one and the same time. Such is the primeval Lord, whom I adore. I adore the same Govinda, the primeval Lord, in whose praise men who are imbued with devotion sing the mantra suktas told by the Vedas, by gaining their appropriate beauty, greatness, thrones, conveyances, and ornaments. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, residing in his own realm, Goloka, with Radha resembling his own spiritual figure, the embodiment of the ecstatic potency possessed of the 64 artistic activities, in the company of her confidants, Sakhis, embodiments of the extensions of her bodily form, permeated and vitalized by his ever blissful spiritual rasa. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, who is Sham Sundara, Krishna himself, with inconceivable, innumerable attributes, whom the pure devotees see in the heart of their heart of hearts, with the eye of devotion tinged with the salve of love. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, who manifested himself personally as Krishna, and the different avatars in the world in the forms of Raman, Shringha, Vamana, etc., as his subjective portions. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, whose effulgence is the source of the non-differentiated Brahman mentioned in the Upanishads. Being differentiated from the infinity of glories of the mundane universe, appears as the indivisible, infinite, limitless truth. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, who is the absolute substantive principle, being the ultimate entity in the form of the support of all existence, whose external potency embodies the threefold mundane qualities, namely sattva, rajas, and tamas, and diffuses the Vedic knowledge regarding the mundane world. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, whose glory ever triumphantly dominates the mundane world by the activity of his own pastimes, being reflected in the mind of recollecting souls as the transcendental entity of ever-blissful cognitive rasa. Lowest of all is located Devi Dhamma, mundane world. Next above it is Mahesh Dhamma, abode of Mahesh. Above Mahesh Dhamma is placed Hari Dhamma, abode of Hari. And above them all is located Krishna's own realm, named Goloka. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, who has allotted their respective authorities to the rulers of those graded realms. The external potency Maya, who is of the nature of the shadow of the Chit potency, is worshipped by all people as Durga, the creating, preserving, and destroying agency of this mundane world. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, in accordance with whose will Durga conducts herself. Just as milk is transformed into curd by the action of acids, but yet the effect curd is neither same as nor different from its cause, namely milk, so I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, of whom the state of Shambhu is a transformation for the performance of the work of destruction. The light of one candle being communicated to other candles, although it burns separately in them, is the same in its quality. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, who exhibits himself equally in the same mobile manner in his various manifestations. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, who, assuming his own great subjective form, who bears the name of Shesha, replete with the all-accommodating potency, and reposing in the causal ocean with the infinity of the world in the pores of his hair, enjoys creative sleep, yoga nidra. Brahma and other lords of the mundane worlds, appearing from the pores of the hair of Mahavishnu, remain alive as long as the duration of one exhalation of the latter Mahavishnu. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, of whose subjective personality Mahavishnu is the portion of portion. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, from whom the separated subjective portion Brahma receives his power for the regulation of the mundane world, just as the sun manifests some portion of his own light in all the effulgent gems that bear the names of Surya, Kanta, etc. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, whose lotus feet are always held by Ganesha, upon the pair of tumuli protruding from his elephant head in order to obtain power for his function of destroying all the obstacles on the path of progress of the three worlds. The three worlds are composed of the 9 elements, namely fire, earth, ether, water, air, direction, time, soul, and mind. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, from whom they originate, in whom they exist, and into whom they enter at the time of the universal cataclysm. The sun, who is the king of all the planets, full of infinite effulgence, the image of the good soul, is as the eye of this world. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, in pursuance of whose order the sun performs his journey, mounting the wheel of time. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, by whose conferred power are maintained the manifested potencies that are found to exist of all virtues, all vices, the Vedas, the penances, and all jivas, from Brahma to the meanest insect. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, who burns up to their roots all fruitive activities of those who are imbued with devotion, and impartially ordains for each the due enjoyment of the fruits of one's activities of all those who walk in the path of work, in accordance with the chain of their previously performed works, no less in the case of the tiny insect that bears the name of Indragopa than in that of Indra, king of the Devas. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, the meditators of whom, by meditating upon him under the sway of wrath, amorous passion, natural friendly love, fear, parental affection, delusion, reverence, and willing service, attain to bodily forms befitting the nature of their contemplation. I worship that transcendental seat known as Shvetadvipa, where his loving consorts, the Lakshmis, in their unalloyed spiritual essence, practice the amorous service of the Supreme Lord Krishna as their only lover, where every tree is a transcendental purpose tree, where the soil is the purpose gem. All water is nectar, every word is a song, every gate is a dance, the flute is the favored attendant, effulgence is full of transcendental bliss, and the supreme spiritual entities are all enjoyable and tasty, where numberless milk cows always emit transcendental oceans of milk, where there is eternal existence of transcendental time, who is ever present and without past or future, and hence is not subject to the quality of passing away even for the space of half a moment, that realm is known as Goloka only to a very few self-realized souls in this world. On hearing these hymns containing the essence of the truth, the Supreme Lord Krishna said to Brahma, Brahma, if you experience the inclination to create offspring by being endowed with the real knowledge of the glory of Godhead, listen, my beloved, from me to this science set forth in the following 5 shlokas. When the pure spiritual experience is excited by means of cognition and service, bhakti, super excellent, unalloyed devotion characterized by love for Godhead is awakened towards Krishna, the beloved of all souls. The highest devotion is attained by slow degrees, by the method of constant endeavor for self-realization with the help of scriptural evidence, theistic conduct, and perseverance in practice. These preliminary practices of devotion, sadhana bhakti, are conducive to the realization of loving devotion. Loving devotion, than whom there is no superior well-being, who goes hand in hand with the attainment of the exclusive state of supreme bliss, and who can lead to myself. Abandoning all meritorious performances, serve me with faith. The realization will correspond to the nature of one's faith. The people of the world act ceaselessly in pursuance of some ideal. By meditating on me by means of those deeds, one will obtain devotion characterized by love in the shape of the supreme service. Listen, O Vidhi, I am the seed, that is the fundamental principle of this world of animate and inanimate objects. I am Pradhan, the substance of matter. I am Prakriti, material cause, and I am Purusha, efficient cause. This fiery energy that belongs especially to the Brahman, that inheres in you, has also been conferred by me. It is by bearing this fiery energy that you regulate this phenomenal world of animate and inanimate objects. Ishvara Parama Krishna Sachidananda Vigraha Anadiradir Govindak Sarvakarana Karanam Sahasrapatra Kamalang Gokulakyang Mahatpadam Tatkarnikarang Tadhama Tadanang Tangsha Sambhavam Karnikarang Mahadyantrang Shatkonang Vajrakilakam Shadanga Shatpadisthanam Prakritya Purushena Cha Premananda Mahananda Rasena Vastitam Hiyat Jyoti Rupena Manuna Kama Bijena Sangatam Tatkinjalkang Tadang Shanang Tatpatrani Shriyamapi Chaturasrang Tatparitaha Shvetadvipakyam Chaturasrang Chaturmurtesh Chaturthama Chatushkritam Chaturbhik Purushartaischa Chaturbhir Hetubhir Vritam Shulair Dashabhira Nadham Urdvadho Dikvidikshwapi Ashtabhir Nidhibhir Jushtam Ashtabhik Siddhipistata Manurupaischa Dashabhir Dikpalaik Parito Vritam Shamair Goraischa Raktaischa Shuklaischa Parshadarshabhahi Shobhitang Shaktibhistabhir Adbhutabhik Samantataha Evang Jyotirmayo Devaha Sadanandak Paratparaha Atma Ramasya Tasyasti Prakrityana Samagamaha Mayaya Ramamanasya Naviyogastaya Saha Atmanaramaya Reme Tyaktakalang Sishrikshaya Niyatik Sarama Devi Tatpriya Tadvashang Tada Talingang Bhagavan Shambhur Jyoti Rupak Sanatanaha Ya yonik sapara shaktihi kamo bijang mahadharehe linga yoniatmika jata ima maheshwari prajaha shaktiman purushak soyang linga rupi maheshwaraha tasmina virabhulinge mahavishnur jagatpatihi sahasra shirsha purushaha sahasrakshak sahasrapat sahasrabahur vishvatma sahasrangsha sahasrasuhu Narayanaksa Bhagavan Apastasmat Sanatanat Avirasit Karanarno Nidhik Sankarshanatmakaha Yoga Nidrangatas Tasmin Sahasrang Shakswayang Mahan Tad Roma Bilajaleshu Bijang Sankarshanasya Cha Haimanyandani jatani mahabhuta vritani tu pratyandam evam ekangshad vishati swayam sahasramurdha vishvatma mahavishnu sanatanaha. Bhamangad asrijad vishnung dakshinangat prajapatim jyotirlingamayang shambhung kurchadeshadavasrijat ahankaratmakang vishvang tasmadetad vajayata atatais trividhair veshair lilam udvahatakila yoga nidra bhagavati tasya shririva sangata sishrikshayang tato nabhes tasya padmang vaniryayo tannalang hema nalinang brahmano lokamadbhutam tatvani purvarudhani karanani parasparam samavaya prayogachcha vibhinnani pritak pritak chichaktya sajjamanotha bhagavan adi purushaha yojayanmayaya devo yoga nidram akalpayat yojayitva tutani eva pravivesha swayang guhang pravishte tasmingstu jivatma pratiputyate sanityo nitya sambandha prakritischa paraibasa evang sarvatma sambandhang nabhyang padmang harer abhut tatra brahma bhavad bhuyas chaturvedi chaturmukhaha sanjato bhagavat shaktya tatkalang kilachoditaha sisrikshayang mating chakre purva sanskara sanskritaha tadarsha kevalang dhvantang nanyat kimapi sarvataha uvacha purutas tasmai tasya divya saraswati kama krishnaya govinda he gopi jana ityapi Vallabhaya priyavaner mantrang te dasyati priyam tapastvang tapa etena tava siddhir bhavishyati atate pesa suchirang prinan govindam avyayam shveta dvipapating krishnang golokastang paratparam prakritya guna rupinya paryupasitam sahasradala sampanne koti kinjalka bringhite Bhumishchintamani tatra karnikare mahasane samasinang chidanandang jyoti rupang sanatanam shabda brahmamayang venung vadayantam mukhambuje vilasini ganavritang swairang shairabhishtutam ata venu ninadasya traimurti mayi gatihi spuranti praviveshashu mukhabjani swayambhuvaha Gayatring gayatas tasmad adhigatya sarojajaha sanskritaschari gununa dvijatamagamatataha traya prabudho tavidhir vigyata tattvasagaraha tushtava veda sarena stotrenanina keshavam Chintamani prakara sadma sukalpa vriksha lakshabriteshu surabhira vipalayantam Lakshmi sahasra satasang brahmasevyamanam govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami Venum kvanantamaravinda dalaya taksham barhavatang samasitam buddha sundarangam Kandarpakoti kamaniya vishesha shobhang govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami Alola chandra kala sadvanamalya vangshi ratnangadang pranaya keli kalabilasam Shyamang tribhanga lalitang niyata prakashang govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami Angani yasya sakalendriya vritti manti pashyanti panti kalayanti chirang jaganti Ananda chinmaya sarujvala vigrahasya govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami Advaitam achyutam anadim anantarupam adyang purana purushang navayovanang cha Vedeshu durlabham atma bhaktao govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami Pantastu koti shatavatsara sampragamyo vayuratapi manaso munipungavana Sopyasti yat prapadasimnya vichintya tatve govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami Eko apyasaura jayatung jagadanda koting yachchaktirasti jagadanda chayayadantaha Andantarasta paramanu chayantarastam govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami. Yad bhava bhavita dhiyo manujastataiva samprapya rupa mahima sanayanu bhushaha suktaryam eva nigama pratitaikstuvanti govindam adi purushang tamahang bhajami. Ananda chinmaya rasa pratibhavitabhis tabhirya eva nicharupataya kalabhihi Goloka eva nivasati akilatma bhuto govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami. Premanjana churita bhakti vilochanena santak sadaiva hridayeshu vilokayanti yang shama sundaram achintya guna swarupang govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami. Ramadi murti shukalani amena tishtan nanavatar makarod bhupaneshu kintu Krishna swayang samabhavat paramak pumanyo govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami. Yasya prabha prabhavato jagadanda koti koti shvashesha vasudhadi vibhuti binnam tad brahma nishkalamanantamashesha bhutan govindamadi purusham tamahang bhajami. Maya hi yasya jagadanda shatani sute Traigunya tad vishaya veda vitayamana Sattvaavalambi parasatvang vishuddha sattvang govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami. Ananda chinmaya rasatmataya manaksu yak praninang pratipalan smaratam upetya lilayetena bhuvanani jayatya jasram govindamadi purusham tamahang bhajami. Goloka namni nijadhamni tale chatasya devi mahesha haridhama suteshu teshu te te prabhava nichaya vihitascha yena govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami. Shrishti sthiti pralaya sadhana shakti reka chayeva yasya bhuvanani bhiparti durga ichanu rupam api yasya chacheshtate sa govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami. Kshirang yatha dadhi vikara vishesha yogat sanjayate nahi tatak pritag asti hetaho yah shambhutam api tata samupaiti karyat govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami. Diparchireva hidashantaram abhyupetya dipayate vivrita hetu samana dharma yastadrig eva hicha vishnutaya vibhati govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami. Yah karanarna bhajale bhajati sma yoga nidramananta jagadanda saroma kupaha adhara shaktim avalambya parang swamurtim govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami. Yasyaika nishvasita kalamatavalambyā jivanti loma vilaja jagadandanathah Vishnur mahansa iha yasya kalabhishesho govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami. Bhasvan yatashma shakaleshu nijeshu tejak sviyanki yat prakatayat yapitadvaratra Brahmaya esha jagadanda vidhana karta govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami. Yat pada pallava yugang vinidhaya kumbha dvandve pranama samaye sakanadhi rajaha vignan vihantu malamasya jagatrayasya govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami. Agnir mahiga ganamambu muruddishascha kalastathatma manasiti jagatrayani yasmad bhavanti vibhavanti vishanti yangcha govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami. Yach chakshuresha savita sakala grahanang raja samasta suramurti rashesha tejaha Yasyāgyaya brahmati samphritakala chakro govindamadi purusham tamahang bhajami. Dharmotapapa nichaya shrutayastapangsi brahmadi kita patakabadayascha jivaha yaddatta matra vibhava prakata prabhava govindamadi purusham tamahang bhajami. Yastvindra gopa mathavendra maho swakarma bandhanu rupa palabhajana matanoti karmani nirdahati kintu cha bhakti bhajang govindamadi purusham tamahang bhajami. Yang krodha kama sahaja pranayadhi bhiti vatsalya moha guru gaurava sevya bhavahi sanchintya tasya sadrishing tanamapurete govindamadi purusham tamahang bhajami. Govindamadi purusham tamahang bhajami. Shriya kantaha parama purusha kalpataravo druma bhumishintamani kanamai toyamamritam kathaganang natyang gamanam apibangshi priya sakhi chidanandang jyotik paramapi tadasvadyam apicha sayatra kshirabdhik sravati surabhibhyascha sumahan nimeshardhakyo vavrajati nahi yatrapi samayaha bhaje shvetadvipang tamaham iha golokamiti yang vidantaste santakshiti virala chara katipaye ato vacha mahavishnur bhagavantang prajapating brahman mahatva vijnane prajasarge chachenmatihi pancha shloki mimang vidyang vatsatattang nibodhame prabudhe jnana bhaktibhyam atmanayananda chinmayi uteti anutama bhaktir bhagavat prema lakshana pramanaistat sadacharaistat abhyasaya nirantaram bodhayanatmanatmanam bhaktimapyutamang labhet yasyak shreyas karang nasti yaya nivritamapnuyat ya sadhayati mameva bhakting tameva sadhayet dharmananyan parityajya mamekang bhaja vishvasan yadrishi shraddha siddhir bhavati tadrashi kurvan nirantarang karma loko yam anuvartate tenaiva karmana dhyayan mang parang bhaktimicchati. Aham hi vishvasya characharasya bijang pradhanang prakritik pumangscha maya hitang teja idang bibharshi vidhehi tvam atho jaganti. Ishvarak parama krishnaha sachidananda vigraha anadiradir govindaha sarvakarana karanam iti shri brahma sanghita sampurnam harihi om. Jai Shri Shri Radha Madana Mohan. Were you out on Harinam last night? I think everybody's tired from Harinam last night. But at least you're here. And we just finished the reciting the Brahma Samhita. We started a little late because I was talking to some guests earlier.
Okay.
And so now Yeah, well, at least you're here for the next part of the class. Today's class is about how to become immortal. What do you think about that? You can use the microphone.
Good.
All right, so we recited the Brahma Samhita. Charlene is here. Do we have anybody watching online who can say, or who's talking on the phone with us? At least we're here with Charlene, with Srila Prabhupada, the disciplic succession, the Panchatattva, the Sri Sri Radha Madana Mohan, Sri Sri Lakshmana Sringadev, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And we're very pleased to announce that we're going to be moving to the new temple very shortly, and their lordships will be in a divine procession coming over on Friday, the 19th of April, starting at 7:30 a.m. So some people should be here, some people should be there to throw flower petals and blow conch shells and fan them and so forth. Things are going nicely there. How has your week been, Charlene? Hectic. Talk to the microphone. We're making a Krishna Katha for everyone to hear. We're on the internet. So, my week has been a little hectic too. But when we come together here in the presence of the Lord and we talk about Krishna, we feel peace, right? Isn't it? What do you think? Say something. Yes. Can you? Is it on? Here, let me see it. Here, I got this one on now. Okay.
Did you go to the Harinam last night?
I did not go to the Harinam last night. So otherwise I would be too tired like everyone else, maybe.
I worked all day yesterday and I was too tired. So I just...
Yeah. So the devotees were here this morning, Hari Sankirtan Prabhu and Ramananda Saka and Hansa Priya were here dressing the deities this morning, and the program is going on. We have a temple where most of the devotees have jobs, and but this Srila Prabhupada says Nityam Bhagavata Sevaya. It means to always serve the Srimad Bhagavatam, to always attend the lectures of the pure devotees, to listen to associate with devotees. But Nityam means always, but Srila Prabhupada says it also means regularly. If we're coming every week or coming every day or taking some time once a day, if we're in a Chad group and we take some time once a day to attend the recitation of a chapter of Bhagavad Gita, that's regularly also. And it infuses everything else we're doing in the day. We have these material bodies, and there's duties that we have to do in association with the body. I mean, for instance, we have to breathe. If we stop breathing, we'll become uncomfortable after a very short time, maybe a matter of 30 or 40 seconds. If we stop breathing for 2 minutes, we get in real trouble, and we may pass out or something. And we have to eat, and we have to pay our rent and earn our living and do what we have to do in the world in association with these bodies and our families and everything. But if we are mixing that with our devotional service, and we can learn how to make it all as part of our service to Krishna. Krishna doesn't tell Arjuna, just go sit down and meditate on me. Krishna says, Tasmat sarveshu kaleshu mamanusmara yudhyacha. He says, in all times, think of me and fight. Fight means that was Arjuna's duty. He was a military hero in general, so it was his duty to fight. We all have our swadharma, our particular occupations that we have to do according to the qualities that we've acquired through association with the material nature. And our eternal dharma is our swarup, Jivera swarup hoy, Krishnera nityadas, that we're eternal servants of Krishna, and that's on the transcendental plane. But we also, in association with our material bodies, we have some swadharma that we have to do. But if we do it while we remember Krishna, we can make it Krishna consciousness. We can make it all Krishna consciousness. Krishna consciousness is so powerful, that is, that it purifies even our mundane duties. If we do our mundane duties as devotees, then Krishna consciousness will purify even that. So we don't have to become a monk living in the forest to become Krishna conscious. We can come to the deities in the temple in the morning, chant 16 rounds of the holy name, and we can go on with our job. And it will actually protect us. Like you said, your week was hectic. And I have to go to depositions, and the opposing counsel will insult me or my client. And there's all these barbs being thrown around. And we have to be careful that we're doing everything correctly. And there's always some competition in litigation. One side is saying the other side is lying. The other side's legal theories are improper and so forth. So there's some confrontation going on, and it's hectic. But if we chant our rounds in the morning and we remember Krishna, it doesn't disturb us too much. It doesn't. It's said that when we have a good morning program, it's like putting your shoes on in the morning. When you have your shoes on, you can walk over thorns and stones and bits of broken glass, and it won't bother you. If you don't have your shoes on, you'll get cut. So you have to get your shoes on by having a good morning program. What do you think?
I agree.
Okay. So the verse that I selected today, we're told we were going through the first canto, one verse every Saturday morning, and we got up into the chapter of the disappearance of Lord Krishna. And now we switched that program, and we're doing thematic classes. Every Saturday we're having a theme. And so I chose a verse today from the second canto, and the theme of the class is how to become immortal. And this is I'm reading from second canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, chapter 3, and this is Shonaka Rishi talking to Sutta Goswami on behalf of the different sages that are there assembled at Naimisharanya doing a great sacrifice. They're talking to Sutta Goswami, and Sutta Goswami has started to narrate in the second canto the discussion between Shukadeva Goswami and Parikshit Maharaj. And in the first two chapters, he talked about a beginning of devotional service by hearing and chanting, because Parikshit Maharaj had asked Shukadeva Goswami, what is the duty of a person, especially one who's on the threshold of death? Because Parikshit Maharaj had been cursed to die within 7 days. You know that story, right?
Yeah.
We often show people this picture. This is a picture of Shukadeva Goswami sitting on a Vyasa-san, and he's speaking to Parikshit Maharaj, and there's an assembly of sages sitting around, including Narada Muni, Vyasadeva, and others.
He was a king, right?
He was a great king, and he was the grandson of Arjuna. So he was the heir of, there was the battle of Kurukshetra, and the Bhagavad Gita was spoken there. And in that battle of Kurukshetra, the Pandavas were installed as the rightful emperors of the world. They had already done a Rajasuya sacrifice, but the envious cousins led by Duryodhana, the sons of Dhritarashtra. Dhritarashtra was feeling that he was born blind. And because he was blind, although he was the oldest son of Vichitravirya, he could not become the king. So his next brother was Pandu, and Maharaj Pandu became the king, and he was a very wonderful, pious king. Bless you. And he had these 5 sons: Yudhishthir, Bhima, Arjuna, Nakul, and Sahadev. And Arjuna was particularly friendly with Krishna. Krishna was friendly with all of them, but Arjuna was around the same age, and he and Krishna are described as cousin brothers. So Dhritarashtra was feeling that I couldn't become the king, but I was the oldest. So at least my sons, they could become the king. It was only because of a trick of my being blind that I didn't become the king. But instead he became the regent. What happened, Pandu died. His brother Maharaj Pandu died when Pandu's sons were still quite young, too young to take over the throne, take over the kingdom. So there was a regency. Sometimes you have that, a regency, where some other person, although they're not qualified through birthright to become the king, they're not really in line to the throne, but they manage the kingdom on behalf of the rightful king until the king comes of age. You know, if the rightful king is too small and not experienced enough. So there was this kind of regency. Also, the colonial powers, they used that argument in the they had these wars and so forth, and they said, okay, you're right. You know, we should. I mean, first they came in and they took over and started just taking the resources out of these different countries and saying, you know, that you're inferior and we're the emperors and you have to let us govern you and so forth. But at some point they started realizing these people were clamoring that, no, why shouldn't we have home rule? Why shouldn't we be able to govern ourselves? And they said, yes, later, but for now, you're not yet qualified. So we have to maintain our colonial rule until you become capable, properly educated in the ways of the world and modernity and science and Christianity or whatever their theory was. and then you can get self-rule. And, then some revolutionaries like Mao's or, whichever country you're in, they said, heck with that, we're not waiting. We're going to start killing the farmers until you let us govern the place. Or whatever. So, anyway, in Mahabharata there was the regency, and Dhritarashtra was the king, sitting in the king's place, the king regent, until the Pandavas were old enough to take over. But then the intrigue started that Dhritarashtra, he also had sons. They were the age of the Pandavas. And they were thinking, why not we take over? Our father would have been king, but he was blind. Now he's regent. So we would be in the bloodline to be the king. And so they decided to kill the Pandavas. And then they could take over. And they tried to kill the Pandavas in different ways. They tried to poison Bhima. But he was poisoned, actually. He would have died. He fell into the river. But while he was underwater, some snakes saw him there and decided to bite him. And the venom of the snakes was the antidote to the poison. So miraculously, he was not killed. And then they tried to burn the Pandavas. They gave them a nice palace, but they made this palace made out of very fireproof lacquer. I mean, very, not fireproof, but very flammable materials. Paper imbued with very quick accelerant so that the whole place would burn up really fast and burn them in it. But Vidura came and gave them a hint, because he had compassion that this was the wrong thing to do, to murder the righteous Pandavas and their mother, Queen Kunti, who hadn't done anything wrong and were actually the rightful heirs to the throne. So he gave them a hint, and they were able to escape. And there was a family there at this palace that also had the same number of people, the same kind of description. So when the palace burned down, the caretaker there and his family were found. Their bodies, their charred bodies, were found in the ruins, and everyone thought, "Oh, the Pandavas have somehow been killed by an accidental fire." Of course, it wasn't an accidental fire; it was a murder plot. But it wasn't the Pandavas. So then, when Draupadi had her Swayamvara, people thought the Pandavas were dead. But Arjuna showed up in disguise, and he won the hand of Draupadi. And then it became really, people started realizing, wait, the Pandavas aren't dead. They escaped the fire. The bodies in the fire were somebody else. So there were so many attempts. And finally the Dhritarashtra and Duryodhana, they said, well, because they're the sons of Pandu, they should get part of the kingdom. Let's divide the kingdom. And they gave them the part that was cursed. It was like a barren desert. It was like, okay, you're the king, you should be the king, but I have some claim too. So you can have the desert wasteland, part of the kingdom, and that will be your kingdom. But then, by the influence of their piety, by the influence of their relationship with Krishna, they fed the Khandava forest to the god of fire, and they made the place, their part of the kingdom, into a glorious, fabulous place where the rain started coming again, and the crops grew, and everyone was prosperous, and the demon Maya, Danava, was very grateful, because when the forest fire was coming, when Agni was eating the forest, Arjuna protected Maya, Danava, and Maya created a big palace for them, and they were able to have this Rajasuya sacrifice where they were declared the emperor. So then a gambling match was arranged. Duryodhana couldn't handle it. He came there to the palace, and anyway, long story. Mahabharata is a beautiful, great story, but in the gambling match, the Pandavas were deprived of all their property and possessions, and even their wife, theoretically. But she was a great lawyer. She proved that because they had gambled themselves first, before they gambled her, they weren't entitled to gamble her. They didn't have the status to gamble her. So she made a great legal argument. So they were allowed to keep their wife. But they were banished. They had to go to the forest for many years, and then for 1 year they had to live undetected as the penalty that they lost in gambling. Therefore, we should not gamble. Even great Maharaj Yudhishthira, he had that weakness that he could not, because his duty as a Kshatriya was to answer any challenge. When he was challenged to gambling, he had to keep gambling, even though he was losing. They were cheating. Duryodhana and the sons of Dhritarashtra were cheating. Shakuni. Anyway, it's a long, long epic. It's the longest poem in the world. There are many epics, poems, like you probably heard of Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. People have to read these old English poems, and they're like 2,500 verses long or something like that. They're very long poems. And then, some of this poetry by Homer is even longer. Or Virgil, the Aeneid. And you have poems that are 20 or 30,000 verses. The Srimad Bhagavatam is 18,000 verses. Mahabharata is over 100,000 verses.
Did you read the whole thing?
No, I haven't read the whole thing. I've read translations, but they're summaries. And I get a lot of it from Prabhupada's purports. So, finally, the Pandavas had fulfilled their exile, and they came back to rule. And they had, in their exile, they had made a lot of friends and allies. And but they did everything they were supposed to do. But Dhritarashtra and his sons were still bent on saying, "Tough, we're taking the whole kingdom. We don't want you to be the king. You don't have any right." Now they were grown. There was no longer any excuse. There wasn't any regency. It was time for them to become the kings. And they were willing to compromise. They were willing to compromise. In fact, at one point they asked only to just give us 5 villages. We each need a village to rule. That's our duty as Kshatriyas. We have to be administrators. And Duryodhana infamously said, "I won't give you enough land that you can stick even a pin point into." So there was a big war, a big giant war developed over who would be the king. And the friends of Duryodhana were on his side. The friends of the Pandavas were on their side. And that's what led up to the great discourse between the two great souls, Krishna and Arjuna, right before the battle, when Krishna explained to him that we're not this body, we're the spirit soul, and that Krishna is this supreme spirit, supreme of all spirits. That everyone is just a part of him and they should worship him. Everything comes from him. And the entire universe is moving under the direction of his external energy, and she's just working under his supervision, and that one can approach him through bhakti yoga. And that's the only way one can personally have a relationship with him, is through devotional service. And all these other yoga processes are preliminary processes, even intellectual, mental speculation and meditation through control of the senses and pranayama and the different sacrifices for different demigods and all that. It leads one to the perfection of yoga, which is devotional service to Krishna. So he spoke that whole beautiful Bhagavad Gita. He displayed his universal form. He explained to Arjuna that all beautiful and powerful and opulent things in the creation can rise from just a spark of his own splendor. And he explained to Arjuna that impersonal meditation on that which is transcendental to the material world but is not a person is inferior to devotional service to Krishna. That is very difficult to do, and that the ultimate goal, if one does it correctly, is to finally come to realize the person Krishna. But one who worships Krishna immediately as a person becomes very swiftly and very happily perfected in spiritual perfection. And that spiritual perfection then is to go on serving Krishna in one's original spiritual identity. So then that Bhagavad Gita was spoken, the battle was fought, the Pandavas won. Arjuna's son Abhimanyu was surrounded very unrighteously by a whole bunch of the great warriors on the other side. They were great Maharathas, and Abhimanyu fought very valiantly. He was capable of fighting any one of those great heroes by himself, but they had made a military arrangement that he couldn't get out of, and Arjuna was too far away on the battlefield to go and save him, and so they killed Arjuna's son. But his grandson, Abhimanyu's son, was Parikshit Maharaj, and we've been hearing about how Parikshit Maharaj was a great devotee from his birth, and then he subdued the age of Kali during his ruling of the kingdom, and but then he was cursed by the influence of Yoga Maya, by the arrangement of time, by the arrangement of Krishna for things to go on according to their season. A son of a Brahmin cursed the king to die by the bite of a snake bird in 7 days. And so the king could have, as a great devotee, he could have ignored the curse. He could have rejected the curse. But he accepted it as the will of providence, will of Krishna, and used it as an opportunity to teach all human beings what is the duty of one who's going to die. So he went to the banks of the Ganges, and he began to inquire from the saintly people who were assembled there. And just as that moment, Shukadev Goswami appeared, the Avaduta Shukadev Goswami appeared, and by his features, all the sages assembled there recognized that he was the perfect person, a great enlightened Paramahamsa that should speak and have this discourse with Parikshit Maharaj, and he was installed as the guru, and Parikshit Maharaj was installed as the disciple. And they had this discussion in which Parikshit Maharaj asked questions, and Shukadev Goswami gave perfect answers, and all the people assembled there could hear, including Sutta Goswami, the disciple of Vyasadeva. He was present there, and he heard this discussion. And now in the assembly of sages at Naimisharanya, Sutta Goswami was installed as the guru to explain the Puranas. And they were asking him, what's the essence of religion? What are the pastimes of Krishna? They were asking him these different questions. Where have all the principles of religion gone? Now that Krishna has departed for his abode, accompanied by religion and knowledge, etc. And there are so many different scriptures, they're very diverse, and people of this age are not capable of studying them all. What's one, supreme place where they can go to understand about spiritual perfection, about the path of perfection and Krishna consciousness? And Sutta Goswami told them the Srimad Bhagavatam, that I heard how it was spoken from Parikshit Maharaj to Parikshit Maharaj from Shukadev Goswami, and that contains the essence of everything. It contains the pastimes of Krishna, and by listening to it, one overcomes all the different modes of nature and becomes situated free from material association. One gets scientific knowledge of the personality of Godhead. And the knot in the heart, the knot of the actions and reactions of karma is pierced, and one becomes self-realized and doesn't have to keep taking birth again, but becomes completely liberated. Yes?
How does someone like that relate to other people? Like, material people. How does someone like that relate to them?
Well, we have the example of Srila Prabhupada. He was like that. But he didn't go off and... someone who is Atma Rama, they're self-satisfied. They don't need anything. They don't have anything that they really want for themselves. But they want to serve Krishna. They want to serve their guru's desire. They want to serve... they feel compassion for all mankind. And therefore, there are different kinds of Atmaramas. Some of them are called Bhajananandis. They go to a secluded place and they do their bhajan. They're completely happy to go off into some forest or onto some mountain or by the shore of some river, by the shore of some ocean. There are different places they go. And they want to not be disturbed by other people. In fact, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati's spiritual master, Gaurakishore Das Babaji, so that people wouldn't come and disturb him, he used to go chant where in the stool field where people, in India, it's better not to have a toilet in your house. Actually, in the high culture, you don't have the toilet in your house. I think I have a rented house in Millbrae, and I take a shower, and the toilet is right there. Then I get out of the shower and I'm drying, and there's a toilet there. And this is not how it's supposed to be. You should go outside in some different place where you take care of the evacuating the excrement. And that place is dirty. Nobody wants to go there. You just go there to do some dirty thing and then you leave. Actually, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati used to say this material world is like that. It's like an outhouse. Nobody wants to linger in the porta potty, right? You don't want to sit there and read while it smells bad and everything like that. You go there and you do your business and you leave. So Gaurakishore Das Babaji used to go there, because nobody would hang around with him there, and then he would chant there. And there was some old boat. He was able to get under the boat when it was too rainy and stuff like that, and he just lived outdoors. He didn't have any needs for anything. So Bhajananandi, they can go and be secluded so that they won't be disturbed, because for them, they only want to hear about Krishna. And when people come up and say, "Oh, did you hear what Congress did? Obama, he proposed a budget and they haven't passed it yet, and there's this gun control thing because these kids were killed in Connecticut," and all the news of the day, they're not really that interested. It's just a distraction from Krishna. The whole world is going on. "Oh, did you see the latest movie? Bruce Willis, is able to, shoot a car up and knock over a helicopter, and it's all exciting action." So they don't care about that. These people in these movies, they're not interested in Krishna. They're just the characters that are the heroes are just materialistic people who are motivated by lust and greed and anger and so forth. Revenge, that's one kind of movie, right? Kill Bill, someone wronged me, and you go out and you have to kill all the people that wronged you, and it's part of the movie. It's called a revenge movie, Quentin Tarantino is doing that. So these are the culture of our culture is all the stuff that's disturbing to great devotees. It's just not interesting. It doesn't have any life there. It doesn't have any Krishna consciousness. And it will distract your mind and draw your mind into association with modes of passion and ignorance of material nature. So the Srimad Bhagavatam, Narada Muni says that literature that doesn't talk about Krishna, even if it's Nayadvachas Chitrapatang Hareryasho Jagat Pavitram Praganiha Karhachit Tadvaya Sanktirtam Abhadyavatipi Nayatra Hangsa Niramantya Shikshaya. He says that even if it's beautiful poetry, it's decorated with metaphors and similes and alliteration and beautiful poetic diction and so forth. But if it doesn't discuss Krishna, then it's considered like a place of pilgrimage for crows. A place of pilgrimage for crows. What does that mean? What do crows assemble for? They like to eat decaying corpses, dead things, roadkill, right? That's when you see the crows, they come along the road, somebody ran over an armadillo, and then the crows are coming and picking at the armadillo. That's what they're doing. So it's disgusting. Even if it has beautiful poetry and beautiful and really good production value, you got a movie and they have great cinematography of vast mountains and stuff like that. But if the artwork is not aimed at glorifying Krishna, then it's not really attractive. But the next verse he says that, but that literature which is aimed at glorifying Krishna, even if it's not perfectly composed, is heard, sung, and accepted by purified souls who are thoroughly honest. So, that was your question. What do they do? What do the perfect people do? How do they relate to other people? Well, Srila Prabhupada related by trying to get them attracted to this literature. He wrote these books. Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita, Chaitanya Charitamrita, Nectar of Devotion, Nectar of Instruction, Sri Ishopanishad. And he engaged his students to say, go out and distribute these books. Not just sell them to make money and, because you have something, you have to give some. I mean, at some point in the 70s, in the later part of the 70s, I remember instead of books, we said, why are we doing books? We could make much more money if we did records. And not even spiritual records. We would get cheap cutouts, that is, records that for whatever reason they weren't selling and they were extras, and we would get them cheap. They would put a notch in the album cover, and we could get them very cheaply, and then we could go around, because we had an army of salespeople who had learned how to go out to sell Prabhupada's books and raise money so that we could support the devotees were living in the temples, in ashrams, getting up every morning, chanting, doing the whole morning program. So then we learned, we could do, instead of doing $100 a day with books, we could do $300, $400 a day with records. Or then they had other money-making things. We made candles, and we went out and sold candles. And people don't really much like spiritual books, but they like candles. Or oil paintings. They would get these very cheap oil paintings that people would mass produce in South Korea. And then we could go out and we could show them. We'd go knock on people's doors and say, would you like some paintings? And we would sell them paintings. And it was good business. But we were neglecting our duty for Srila Prabhupada. Our duty was to sell books. But not that we sell books as a business to make money, but we have to sell books as a means of enlightening the world. We have to figure out a way to make people attracted to these books. And part of that is if we can relate to mundane people. If they won't be interested in the books unless we can relate to mundane people. I've seen now my godbrothers are writing biographies, and other godbrothers are reading and they're complaining. Like I just read one by Achyutananda. I liked it very much. Achyutananda was a very brilliant guy, genius, and he picked up Bengali and Hindi languages when he was in India with Prabhupada, and he was a musician also, and he wrote a book called Blazing Sadhus. He has a very eccentric, witty, kind of dark sense of humor. Anyway, particular Jewish sense of humor, marginal sense of humor. A lot of the great, his name was Charles. I don't remember his last name. It didn't sound Jewish, maybe Barnett or something like that. But you can tell he's got that very eccentric and twisted sense of humor, and it comes across in his book very nicely. And he talks about his early days. And then other devotees are reading and reviewing, and they're saying something. And, of course, there's the autobiography by Radhanath Swami that talks about his spiritual search, his very kind of unique, difficult adventures as a young spiritual searcher before he became a serious devotee. And one of my godbrothers was commenting on Achyutananda's book. I liked it very much, and he was saying, I wasn't very interested in the earlier part before he became a devotee. And he was talking about his relationship with his father and his career as a jazz musician in the early 1960s in that scene in New York City, and especially in the Greenwich Village and stuff. But I was interested, because it's the setting in which he became a devotee, and it's the part that mundane people can relate to. And if mundane people can relate to it and become attracted to Krishna consciousness, then it's also Krishna consciousness, even though it's not directly related to Krishna. And that's the point I was making earlier. Mundane people have so much work to do, right? They have businesses to run, they have family dynasties to have, lots of children, and all the children have to become successful, and then they'll have, and they're interested in all these other things. So how can we get them to be interested in Krishna consciousness? That's the concern of the great acharyas. That's the concern of Srila Prabhupada. That's the concern of his Guru Maharaj, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati. Hare Krishna, welcome. Please come in. So, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, now we can really start. So, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati gave Srila Prabhupada the duty to speak about Krishna, about Bhagavad Gita, these Krishna Kathas. Bhagavad Gita, you have a microphone there too, you can get, so you can each have one. And Srimad Bhagavatam, and to speak it in the English-speaking world, because Prabhupada had gone to an English college in Calcutta. He was very good with English. You can read his wonderful books. His language is very, very excellent. Yes, he had his disciples edit them for just proper grammar and spelling and punctuation and stuff. But his words were very, very precise. He was empowered to actually explain Krishna in such a way that if you read it, it becomes clear. Because his devotion is pure. Also, his knowledge of English is very good, and his knowledge of Krishna conscious philosophy is very perfect, and he was able to explain these books in such a way. So the question was, how does a perfect person behave? This question, Arjuna asked the question to Krishna. How does a person who has sthita pragya, whose intelligence is fixed, how does he behave? How does he walk? How does he speak? And Krishna says he only talks about Krishna. He's not motivated by any material desire. His every motivation is he's completely satisfied in himself. As far as happiness and distress are concerned, he's neutral. He's indifferent. He's not going and chasing happiness. He's doing his duty. So Krishna explains all these things. That his consciousness is all about Krishna. So Prabhupada was like that, and the point I was making was that we have to somehow inject this Krishna consciousness to the whole society. Right? It's not just something that, we're making temples, so that Hindu people can be, when they come to the United States, they can still have some of their own culture or something like that. No. We're trying to make everyone in the world Krishna conscious so that they don't have to die and take rebirth again. So that they can reawaken their spiritual identity and know who they are as spiritual souls. Dehinosmin yata dehe komarang yobanang jarat tata dehantar praptir dhiras tatra namuhyati. Those who are sober people, they're not disturbed at death. Right? But most people, they are. They're very frightened of it. They don't know what's going to happen. And after they die, because of the modes of nature they've acquired through their sinful behavior, they're probably going to have to suffer a great deal. So our mission is, we're not indifferent to that, but actually out of compassion, our acharyas have told us we have to make this Krishna consciousness, Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan movement, we have to make it the dominant world culture. And so that is what the perfected souls are doing. There are bhajananandis who just go off to the forest and chant by themselves, but Prahlad Maharaj says, I don't want to just be saved by myself. I'm compassionate on all these other fools who are busy with material activity. I want to do something that can get them to become devotees of Lord Nrsingadev. So we have to find out how to do that, how to inject this Krishna, how to inject this Srila Prabhupada's books into the mass of world culture. And what's better culture? So anyway, today, our text, our lecture today is on how to become immortal. And our text is from Canto 2, Chapter 3 of Srimad Bhagavatam. And the text is number 17. And the verse is, please repeat after me. Ayuhu duration of life.
Duration of life.
Harati,
Harati.
decreases.
Decreases.
Vai,
By.
certainly.
Certainly.
Pungsam,
Punsam.
of the people.
Of the people.
Udyan,
Udyan.
rising.
Rising.
Astam,
Astam.
setting.
Setting.
Cha,
Chan.
also.
Also.
Yan,
Yan.
moving.
Moving.
Asau,
Asau.
the sun.
The sun.
Ayur harati vai pungsam.
Ayur harti vai hunsam.
Ayur harati vai pungsam.
Ayur harti vai hunsam.
Ayur harati vai pungsam.
Ayur harti vai hunsam.
Udyan astang chayan asau.
Ujang ashtamanyam desau.
Udyan astang chayan asau.
Ujang astam chayam gasau.
Tasya
Tasya
rite
rite
yat
yat
kshanaha.
shanaha.
Let's do tasya,
Tasya
of one who glorifies the Lord.
of one who glorifies the Lord.
Rite,
Rite
except.
except
Yat,
yet
by whom.
by whom.
Kshanaha,
Shanaha
time.
time.
Nitaha,
Nitaha
utilized.
utilized.
Tasyarte yakshano nita.
Tasyar shakti notisham.
Tasyarte yakshano nita.
Tasyar shakti notisham.
Up. You can let him in this way. Tasyarte yakshano nita.
Tasyar shakti.
Can you open it? Please come in. Please come on in. What's going on? Uttama shloka vartaya. Uttama shloka. Uttama shloka vartaya. Ayur harati vai pungsam. Udyanastang chayannasau. Tasyarte yakshano nita. Normally we come in the back way, but actually we're moving now. So we'll be at Mountain View next week. We're moving to Mountain View. Yeah. I'm glad you came. What's your good name?
My name is Lakshmi.
Pareshwari Lakshmi? We're
San Diego.
from San Diego. Oh, welcome. ISKCON San Diego. How are things going there?
Things are going well.
Uh-huh.
Things are really tell them how to get.
They're coming around the back. So we're reading from today's topic of today's lecture is how to become immortal, and we're reading from Canto 2 of Srimad Bhagavatam, Chapter 3, Verse 17. And we don't have it on the bulletin board. I'm sorry. We should have it on the bulletin board, but you can probably follow me. Ayur harati vai pungsam. Udyanastang chayannasau. Tasyarte yatchano nita. Uttama shloka vartaya. Okay, let's pass it around. Use the microphone also, because we're being broadcasted.
Text 17.
Yes.
Ayur harati vai pumsham.
Ayur harati vai pungsam.
Udyanastam chayanasau.
Udyanastang chayannasau.
Tasyate yachano nita.
Tasyarte yarchano nita.
Uttama sokavartaya.
Uttama shloka vartaya.
Ayo harti ve pun.
Oh, you know what? I
Yeah.
bet it's in this book. Let's look here in this book, Shlokas. If we go to the index, Ayur Harti, page 197. How do you like that? So, 197, there it is.
Okay. Ayo harti ve punsamu.
Ayur Harti Vaipungsam.
Dhanastam cha yannaso.
Udyan Astang Chayannaso.
Tasya te yakshano. Te neet uttam shlok varsaya.
Tasyarte Yachano Nita.
Uttam shlok varsaya.
Uttama Shloka Vartaya.
Only one?
Yeah, and then we'll go around. Everybody else, you have it in this book here on the bottom of page 197.
Ayur harati vaipumsam.
Ayur Harati Vaipungsam.
Udyanashtam chayannasau.
Udyanastang Chayannaso.
Tasyarte yatkshano nita.
Tasyarte Yarkshano Nita.
Uttama shloka vartaya.
Uttama Shloka Vartaya.
Ayu harati vaipumsam.
Ayur Harati Vaipungsam.
Udyan astam chayan asau.
Udyan Astang Chayan Asau.
Tasya te yakshano nitya.
Tasyarte Yakshano Nita.
Uttama shloka vartaya.
Uttama Shloka Vartaya. You want to try? No? Both by rising and by setting, the sun decreases the duration of life of everyone, except one who utilizes the time by discussing topics of the all-good personality of Godhead. Please repeat after me. Both by rising and by setting. The sun decreases the duration of life of everyone, except one who utilizes the time by discussing topics of the all-good personality of Godhead. Purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. This verse indirectly confirms the greater importance of utilizing the human form of life to realize our lost relationship with the Supreme Lord by acceleration of devotional service. Time and tide wait for no man. So the time indicated by the sunrise and the sunset will be uselessly wasted if such time is not properly utilized for realizing identification of spiritual values. Even a fraction of the duration of life wasted cannot be compensated by any amount of gold. Human life is simply awarded to a living entity, jiva, so that he can realize his spiritual identity and his permanent source of happiness. A living being, especially the human being, is seeking happiness because happiness is the natural situation of the living entity. But he is vainly seeking happiness in the material atmosphere. A living being is constitutionally a spiritual spark of the complete whole, and his happiness can be perfectly perceived in spiritual activities. The Lord is the complete spirit whole, and his name, form, quality, pastimes, entourage, and personality are all identical with him. Once a person comes into contact with any one of the above-mentioned energies of the Lord through the proper channel of devotional service, the door to perfection is immediately opened. In the Bhagavad Gita 2.40, the Lord has explained such contact in the following words. Endeavors in devotional service are never baffled, nor is there failure. A slight beginning of such activities is sufficient even to deliver a person from the great ocean of material fears. Sualpam apyasya dharmasya trayate mahato bhayat. As a highly potent drug injected intravenously acts at once on the whole body, the transcendental topics of the Lord injected through the ear of the pure devotee of the Lord can act very efficiently. Oral realization of the transcendental messages implies total realization, just as fructification of one part of a tree implies fructification of all other parts. Have you ever seen a tree that, it's got flowers on one side, but the other side is not flowers yet, or it's got apples on one side, but the other side doesn't. No. When the flowers come out, they come out on all parts of the tree. And similarly, if we can get Krishna consciousness in one kind of activity, by chanting or by hearing, even just chanting Krishna's name, we will get complete realization in all of our activities, in knowledge of Krishna, in how to worship Krishna, in how to serve the spiritual master. Everything will be revealed. So if we can just get Krishna consciousness in one way, all the purposes will be served of all the other ways. Hearing, chanting, remembering, serving the lotus feet, worshipping the deity, offering prayers, becoming a friend, becoming a servant, giving up everything. This realization for a moment in the association of pure devotees like Shukadev Goswami prepares one's complete life for eternity. And thus the sun fails to rob the pure devotee of his duration of life, inasmuch as he is constantly busy in the devotional service of the Lord, purifying his existence. Death is a symptom of the material infection of the eternal living being. Only due to material infection is the eternal living entity subjected to the law of birth, death, old age, and disease. Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita that part of knowledge is to recognize, perceive the fault, the evil of birth, death, and old age and disease. We should be able to perceive that. It's not natural for the soul to be diseased, to be old. The soul doesn't decay. Na jayate mriyate va kadachin. It doesn't die. It's not born. Nayang bhutva bhavita vana bhuyaha. Achedyo yam madahyo yam. It can't be cut. It can't be dried. It can't be drowned, right? The body can. We're very vulnerable. Identifying with these material bodies, we're identifying with something that's very vulnerable. But our actual identity is something much nicer. The materialistic way of pious activities like charity is recommended in the Smriti Shastras, as quoted by Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. Money given in charity to a suitable person is guaranteed bank balance in the next life. Such charity is recommended to be given to a brahmana. If the money is given in charity to a non-brahmana without brahminical qualification, see, brahmana means not just what family you're born in, it means you have to have the qualification, the realization of Brahman. But if it's given to someone without that realization, still, we should give. If we go to a holy place of pilgrimage, the culture is that the pandas that are there, that they don't have some other occupation or something. Their real occupation should be that they should be qualified to be able to teach people Srimad Bhagavatam, teach people Krishna consciousness, teach people about the spiritual values in life. Life is for developing, achieving these spiritual values. And as part of the culture, we should give them some bakshish, some donations, But if we give it to someone who doesn't really have the Brahminical qualification, the money is returned in the next life in the same proportion. You give them $10 and then you get $10. If you get $10, somehow in this life you get $10, you should think. They used to have a song. You guys know The Sound of Music? Who here has heard the Sound of Music? Julie Andrews, right? I must have had a wicked childhood. I must have had a terrible youth. But somehow in my wicked, terrible past, there must have been a moment of truth. Because now I'm happy. You're standing here loving me, etc. So the point is, if we get $10 in this life, we should know, in my last life, I must have given somebody $10. And I'm getting it back. But if we give it to a half-educated brahmana, even then, the money is returned double. So maybe I get $10. Maybe instead of giving $10 to someone, I gave only $5, but to a half-educated brahmana. If we give it to if the money is given in charity to a learned and fully qualified brahmana, the money is returned 100 and 1,000 times. So maybe we only gave 1 penny, then that's how we got, that's how we got $100 or $1,000 in this life. But if the money is given to a Veda Paraga, one who has factually realized the path of who has factually realized the path of the Vedas, a paragon, a Veda Paraga, it is returned by unlimited multiplication. Right? If we get the association of devotees, reading the Srimad Bhagavatam, learning how to become free from old age, death, and disease, such spiritual happiness that isn't available anywhere in the material world, then you couldn't give us enough $10 bills to qualify for that. But it's millions of times more important than that. And sometimes we get this just not because of something we did in the past, but because of causeless mercy. In fact, there couldn't be anything we could do in the past that would be sufficient to get us the association of the great spiritual masters. The ultimate end of Vedic knowledge is realization of the personality of Godhead, Lord Krishna, as stated in the Bhagavad Gita. Vedaischa sarvairahameva vedyach. There is a guarantee of monies being returned if given in charity, regardless of the proportion. There is a guarantee of money being returned if given in charity, regardless of the proportion. Similarly, a moment passed in the association of a pure devotee by hearing and chanting the transcendental messages of the Lord is a perfect guarantee for eternal life, for returning home back to Godhead. Madhama gatva punar janmana vidyate. In other words, a devotee of the Lord is guaranteed eternal life. A devotee's old age or disease in the present life is but an impetus to such guaranteed eternal life. Om jnana timirandhasya jnananjana shalakaya chakshurun militang yena tasmai shri guruve namaha Shri Chaitanya manobhishtam stapitang yena bhutale swayam rupa kadamayam dadati swapadantikam vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Patakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavangscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathan Vitang Tang Sajivam Sadvaitam Sabatutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhan Vitangscha Hey Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Banchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Ayur Harati Vai Pungsam Udyan Astang Chayan Asau Tasyarte Yakshano Nita Uttama Shloka Vartaya. Both by rising and by setting, the sun decreases the duration of life of everyone, except one who utilizes the time by discussing topics of the all-good personality of Godhead. So, eternal life, we've heard about it. Christians talk about it, right? They say that one who believes in Jesus will not perish but will have eternal life. It's a little more complicated than that, a little more than that, but maybe that's a start, right? If you have faith, ado shraddha, then you'll start associating with people who are living their lives as devotees, and then you'll, by that association, you'll become determined to dedicate one's life. And Krishna said, when we were at Stanford University, then what's his name? This devotee, nice sannyasi. I just was talking about him earlier today. Devamrita Swami. He came there and he gave a talk. He's come several times, I think 2 or 3 times, and gave a talk. And one time he said that, in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna doesn't say, just believe in me. He says, think of me, become my devotee, worship me, bow down to me. But he doesn't just say, believe in me. He wants Arjuna to understand everything, to become fully. It's not like you just join a club and then, that's it. That's enough. But if you join a good club, the club will also train you that how can you really understand. Janma karma chame divyam evang yo veti tattvata tyaktva dehang punar janma naiti mamiti sarjuna. So if we understand Krishna's birth, his activities, how they're transcendental. Krishna's not born, right? Ajopi son of Yuyatma. He's not born. But yet, he appears to take birth. And similarly, na jayate mriyate va kadachat. We're not born. The soul, asmin, that which is in this body, is not born. But it appears to be born with the birth of the body, because we're associated with material nature and we're identifying. In our conditioned state, we're identifying with the body. Go.
You just said that...
Is that on?
Hello. Yes. You said just now that in Bible they say ki believe in Jesus Christ, and in our say we explain and we think and we do a lot of other stuff. But the result of everything, whatever we do, whatever we are hearing from you, whatever we do sadhu sang or whatever we do anything else, the result of everything is believing in Lord Krishna, and that's it. That's the end of it. And so that is why they say they believe in Jesus Christ. But I don't know how they say it, because Jesus is not the ultimate place, because he's Son of God, not the Father himself. So I have some reservations there. That's a different story.
The end is not so much. The end is not so much believing, but it's love. I think that's the point of Devamrita Swami. Is the prema is a little more than just that.
Yes.
I accept Krishna is God. I accept. That's the beginning, really.
Yes. That's
right. The beginning, and then the end is that. If Krishna's not present for a moment, it seems like 12 years, and tears are coming from my eyes. Actually, in this same chapter of Srimad Bhagavatam, Shonaka Rishi is saying that one who chants the name of Krishna, if his voice doesn't falter and tears don't come out from his eyes and his hair doesn't stand on end, then he must have a steel-framed heart.
Yes.
And Srila Prabhupada explains that it must be because of some offenses that we have, that the Sandarbhas, Jiva Goswami is explaining that the only reason that we're not experiencing the full bhava and prema and the exhibiting that emotion is because we still have some offenses to the holy name, that these anarthas and offenses that we have to get rid of. But so that was Devamrita Swami's point, is that it's not just, you have to be one of us. You have to fly our flag, our banner, and say that you've joined this group. Yes, belief in Krishna. Yes, Krishna is God.
That's a very good
the beginning.
Start.
And like it's Prabhupada said in the purport, if one part of the tree is fructifying, the whole tree is fructifying. So similarly, if we're just hearing about Krishna, then our full understanding of Krishna will be there. It implies that the full understanding is there. So I didn't say that in order to knock Christianity. That wasn't my point.
No, I just want to say the result is, I believe, is a kind of a result of all the efforts you make, And believing, the result of believing is the love of God.
Yes, the result of believing is the full love of God, and that full love is our goal. And I don't think Devamrita Swami was trying to knock anything. I think he was knocking one group as opposed to another group. In fact, I think what he was saying is that we shouldn't become that kind of devotee who simply says, "Oh, I've become a member of this society, therefore I'm better than other people that are members of some different religion or something." No, that it has to be more than that we have to follow the process of gradual realization, a complete realization of who we are, what our spiritual body is. That's spiritual life. Ayur harati vai pungsam. This verse is promising that those who spend their time talking about Krishna, then their time isn't being stolen by the sun. The sun is like the universe is like a clock, right? When the sun rises and then it sets, another day is gone. Right? Lord Chaitanya says in that song, Udila Aruna Pura Babhage. He says, Udita Tapana Hoile Ashta Dinakelo Boli Hoibe Byashta. When the sun comes and goes, then one more day of your life is taken away. But this verse is saying, but it can't act. Time like that can't act on the devotee. How is that? What does that mean? Aren't devotees also getting old? Don't I have some gray hair? Isn't a devotee going to die? No, because the devotee is not identified with the body. Mang chayo vyabhicharena bhakti yogena sevate sagunan samatityaitan brahma bhuyaya kalpate. When a devotee is engaged in devotional service, then he completely becomes free from the modes of nature. Nature doesn't act on him. If you want to serve fire, you have to be fire. If you want to serve spirit, you have to be spiritual. So we are spiritual. Krishna is telling us we are spiritual. And what is spiritual? Na jayate, na mriyate, na ajopi sanavyayatma, janma karma chame divyam. These activities of Krishna, his birth, his work, they are all transcendental. They're not within the realm of the material modes of nature. They're not within the realm of time. So if we can actually spend our time hearing about Krishna, then our actual spiritual life develops. Actually, when people are engaged in trying to get material happiness and avoid material distress, that's our conditioned state. And what are they doing? They're creating material bodies for themselves. Karma. Karma means you're creating a body to inhabit in your next life by your activities. But when you're hearing about Krishna, you are not creating one of those bodies. In fact, you're starting to realize your eternal body. Ishvara Parama Krishna, he has an eternal, Satchidananda Vigraha, right? Eternal, blissful, full of happiness. That kind of body he has. And we have that kind of body too, in his service. When we reawaken when we change our consciousness in this material realm, we're in association with modes of material nature, then we're always liable to become distracted. We're always liable to become pulled because we're little small jivas. And we're always liable to become a lord. Well, maybe I could lord it over material nature and I could enjoy becoming the master of material nature. And then we become covered over and we forget our real knowledge that I'm a spirit soul and I'm a servant of Krishna. Right? That's weakness of heart. But our actual consciousness, natural consciousness, is without death, without decay, without old age, without disease, and we can reawaken that by engaging in chanting Hare Krishna and hearing from Srila Prabhupada, hearing the Srimad Bhagavatam. And if we utilize our time in that way, we won't be creating a new material body for ourselves to inhabit. And we can actually remember our constitutional position as a spiritual body in one of these 5 primary rasas. And we can actually serve Krishna in the transcendental land of Vrindavan, where every word is a song, every step is a dance, the flute is the favorite attendant. There's ever-present existence of spiritual time, which is not subject to passing away even for the space of half a moment. has no past and future. And all that we read about in the Brahma Samhita, we can realize that. And that is what begins with belief, yes. But then from belief comes association with devotees. From association with devotees, one becomes initiated and begins his practice of regular bhajan. Nityam Bhagavata Seva. It means it has to be regular. It doesn't mean you have to quit your job, but it means that in the morning time, in the evening time, you sit down with Prabhupada's books and read a little bit and chant your japa. Chant at least your 16 rounds of japa, that much association with Krishna's name. If you do it every day, then that's also nitya. Right? And then you have to avoid these things like atyahara prayashascha prajalpo niyamagraha janasangascha lolyangcha shadbhir bhaktir vinashiti. Those 6 things destroy your bhakti. Overeating or over-collecting. Right? Talking about mundane, idle, useless things. Who won American Idol last night? That's another kind of idle. Both are idle talks. Atyahara prayashascha. Prayashas means trying to achieve right greediness. And prajalpa. Niyamagraha can mean 2 things. It can mean just following rules and regulations without understanding and becoming attached to the rules. Oh, we have to do things this way, There's a lot of stories about how, the cat in the basket. The story, they did a sacrifice and there was a cat that was annoying the acharya, so he said, tie the cat to the tree. So then when the next time they did the sacrifice, the acharya wasn't there. They said, we have to find a cat and tie it to a tree. So doing the rules just for the sake of doing them without understanding them, Hare Krishna. Or niyamagraha, neglecting the rules. There are niyamas, yamas and niyamas, things we must do, things we can't do. Don't drink tea and coffee, Prabhupada says. So we have to avoid, we have to follow the rules. We can't neglect those things. No, it's not going to be so bad. It's, I can drink a little coffee, but I can still worship the deity. There are rules. You should follow the rules. And janasangas means associating with materialistic people. To a certain extent, if we have a job, we have to go in the office, we have to be friendly, we have to say, hi, how are you, and this and that. But, we're devotees. We have different interests from them. And if we associate with them too closely, then our devotion may become strangled like that, may not develop. And lolyam is also greed. It means, so what is prayasha? Do you know? Over-endeavoring, trying to get something that's not very difficult. Okay, and lolyam means hankering for something, becoming greedy for something. Of course, we have to hanker for Krishna. Yes. So it's translated. Anyway, the point is that we hear about eternal life. Right? We hear about it in all religions, in in Greek philosophy. They say there was a famous mathematician. His name Alfred North Whitehead. He was a philosopher about about logic and the foundations of mathematics. He wrote a book with Bertrand Russell, and he said that all of Western culture, all of Western philosophy, is a series of footnotes to Plato. Right? Plato was one Greek philosopher who wrote these dialogues that had Socrates going around and engaging people in discussions and pointing out the inconsistencies in their assumptions and stuff. So this is it's part of Western culture also. Plato was talking that we're eternal, we have eternal life, we should be servants of God eternally. And Jesus was talking. In some of the early Christians, St. Augustine was very much a student. He had a classical education in Greek and Latin poets and philosophy and everything. And then he became the bishop in North Africa, in some area that's probably now in Algeria or somewhere like that. He became the bishop of the Christian province there, and he was one of the fathers of the early church, and he was a follower of, he incorporated that Platonic idea that there's a spiritual world, and the world here is a reflection of that world. Right? In fact, that's there in the Timaeus. I don't know if Augustine had a chance to read the Timaeus because some of those books were not available in the West for a long time. in the Middle Ages, and later we got them through the Arabic translations after the fall of Constantinople and so forth. The Timaeus was one work of Plato, and there was one sage, a Greek sage. His name was Solon. He's even in English today, if you say someone is a Solon, you mean he's a great old, wise, gray-haired old guy that knows everything. So Solon, the old great sage, the Greek sage, the oldest, greatest, wisest old man. When he was young, he went to Egypt, and he met a saintly person there, and the saintly person told him that you Greeks, you're just the little children. Like Greek civilization is very young and very new, and that that the Egyptian civilization was much older. And he told him this story about how this world was created by a demigod, and it was made out of material stuff, and so it couldn't perfectly reflect the actual forms of the spiritual world. But anyway, he said that the Greeks are children, and this Western culture now is coming from the Greeks. The Latins, the Roman Empire, they incorporated the Greek culture, and then that became incorporated in European Christianity and civilization. But this stuff, it's eternal. Eternal life is something that people you can experience. I'm not supposed to die. Why do I have to die? It's unnatural for us. Why should I have to get old? Why should I get disease? This is a sick condition of life. So Srila Prabhupada is explaining, we're in our conditioned life, we tend to think it's natural, right? We're in a conditioned life, we think I'm this material body. And so, but Prabhupada is coming, let me just finish. Prabhupada is coming from the different side of it. He's coming from the point of someone who's already free. He's not conditioned. He's explaining to us, no, this isn't your real life. This isn't your real. You are a spirit soul. Najayate mriyate va kadachin. You don't get old. You can't be cut to pieces. You can't be dried by fire or withered by the wind. You are a servant of Krishna, and you have to reawaken that relationship with Krishna, and then you will be reinstated to your natural condition, not this diseased condition in which you have to face death. Go ahead.
The death means the body death.
Yes.
It is. Death does not mean a spiritual death.
Right.
Okay. So people have to die. Only choice with us is we don't have to take birth.
If you have a material body, you have to die.
Yes. No matter whether you are devotee or not devotee, or you are realized soul or not realized soul, you have to die.
If you're a devotee, then you don't identify any longer with your material body. That's the point of this verse.
You may not identify when you use the word death. Death means his body has to die.
Well, in our culture, our tradition, when the great saintly person he disappears, we say he has his tirobhava. He has his disappearance day. We celebrate every year the anniversary of his disappearance. What do? We take his body and we inter it in samadhi. Right? We don't say he's died. It's not our culture to say, Prabhupada has died. He hasn't died. Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, he reasons ill who tells that Vaishnavas die. That from the external appearance, you might say, oh, he's just a man, he had to die too. But he didn't, because he was not at all identified with his material body.
I'm just playing with little bit words.
Yeah.
Death means bodily death. Death does not mean you are spiritually die.
Well,
but
yeah.
death just means bodily death. And the Prabhupada also died. Bodily he died. No matter how you want to say disappear.
Ayor harati vai pungsam. This is the verse.
Yes.
By rising and setting, the sun decreases the duration of life of everyone, except rite. There's that word, rite. Rite means except. Except who? Except one who utilizes the time by discussing the topics of the all-good personality of Godhead. So Prabhupada wrote all these books. He utilized all his time discussing the topics of the personality of Godhead. Such a person, the sun has no influence on him. The material modes of nature, they have no influence on him. We should understand that. He's not a human being. Such a saintly Vaishnava is not an ordinary human being. The materialists, they have this other conception. There's a famous psychologist. And the reason I relate it to these intellectuals from the mundane world is because it's our duty for Prabhupada to get everyone to read these books and understand and appreciate these books. If they think, oh, that's just something religion, philosophy, I'm not so interested, it's Easter, and so we should let them know. No, all the other great, there was a Pulitzer Prize winning book by a psychologist, I forget his name, a medical doctor, psychiatrist, I forget his name. The book was featured in the movie Annie Hall because Woody Allen, he's always obsessing about death. He's afraid, what's going to happen? Why am I dying? There's infinity. Oh, these are universal themes. I was thinking this morning about the poet, what's her name? Emily Dickinson, The Belle of Amherst. She has a poem that goes, safe in their alabaster chambers, right? She's thinking about death, corpses that have been buried in the ground. Safe in their alabaster chambers, untouched by morning and untouched by noon, lie the meek members of the resurrection, rafter of satin and roof of stone. In the crescent above them, grand go the years in the crescent above them, worlds, firmaments row, worlds scoop their arcs and firmaments row, diadems drop and doges surrender. So she's talking about like even big empires, right? They fall. Soundless as drops on a field of snow. I didn't get it exactly right. Soundless as drops on something of snow. But anyway, this is poetry. She's not a pure devotee, and she's concerned about death and about time and about how people who are dead don't feel anything anymore, and and that in the great scheme of time, the things that are of great import to men don't really count for anything. It's a kind of nihilistic poem, actually. Rafter of satin and roof of stone suggests that I think that the religion that people in New England had developed for themselves was something flimsy, that the rafters of satin and roof of stone, the house will collapse, right? You're laying there in a coffin that has the satin on the sides, but it's not. So anyway, this Denial of Death was this book. Trivikram Swami told me to read it so I can talk about it, even though it's a mundane book. It's by an atheist. They're all atheists, basically. This culture, it's all atheism. Eric Fromm, you can read these guys. They're interesting intellectuals. They have good thoughts. But really, ultimately, they've bought into the basic assumptions of non-Vaishnavism. You could say, well, they're innocent. Why should they know? They didn't know about it. Well, that's our job. We have to introduce them. You're a genius. You're a great writer. You're a great philosopher. See how wonderful these books are. It teaches you how to become immortal. So Denial of Death was a book, and it won a Pulitzer Prize. It was a bestseller. And the person he assumed, we're all made out of chemicals and bags of molecules and stuff like that, and we have to die. We have these bodies, and we have to die. But because of the way our psyche is put together, we don't like it. We don't want to die. So all of our culture is designed around creating religion, fiction, tragedy. All of our human culture is designed around trying to escape death in different kinds of ways of escapism. And so philosophy and religion are also, elaborate schemes to believe the fiction that there's eternal life. But this is a mistake. Actually, this is not a fiction. This is the real life of the soul, and the people like Prabhupada are living it. They can see it. They can tangibly touch it. They're living it. They're not dying. They don't die. And they're telling us, you don't have to die. If you use your time for chanting Hare Krishna and hearing Srimad Bhagavatam, then time won't take your life away. Right? Lord Chaitanya sings to the still sleeping people, you spend your nights wasting your time sleeping, and in the daytime you become active for what? Just decorating your body. And you don't realize that if you don't glorify the darling of Yashoda now, great sorrow awaits you at death. Just chant the names, Mukunda Madhava. You've achieved a human form of life. And if you chant the holy names of Krishna, life is meant for achieving these higher values. And in human life now we have the opportunity to achieve this remember who we are as spirit souls. And we can do that by chanting Hare Krishna and engaging in devotional service. Use our time, whatever time we have, as far as possible for remembering Krishna. And as I was telling Charlene earlier, Krishna doesn't say to Arjuna, oh, leave the battle, you have to go in the forest and just meditate. He says, Tasmat sarveshu kaleshu mamanusmarayudhyacha. You can do your duty. In Arjuna's case, it was to fight. Krishna's not telling all of us we have to go out and get bows and arrows and stuff like that. But he's telling us we have some duty that's associated with our material body, our life. We have to do it. That's okay. If we chant Hare Krishna morning and evening, study Prabhupada's books, everything falls in its right place and we can spiritualize everything. And then maybe later in our life we become sannyasis, maybe, who knows, But we don't have to immediately at the beginning, we just have to find a way to daily get some chant Hare Krishna in the morning, read some Bhagavad Gita every day, and then that becomes constant. It becomes part of your life. Everything else revolves around that. It's a subtle shift. First, you've got your job and also you like devotees and you read a little bit. Then later it becomes that, everything you do, your job, so you can pay your rent, so in the morning you can have a really good morning program. It's just the shift that you, instead of living for everything else and adding a little Krishna, you start living for Krishna and taking care of everything else. And then everything else becomes a little bit insignificant. It becomes less important. And you don't die. When Jayananda was my bhakta leader, he was my, when I first became a devotee and I was all confused and didn't know everything, didn't know anything, he was very kind and helpful to me. And later he got some kind of an incurable leukemia or something like that. And he had some money, and the doctors were saying you should use this for some difficult treatment. But he decided to use it for printing Prabhupada's Nectar of Devotion and doing some other devotional service. He was always starting the Rath Yatras in different... So he did a Rath Yatra in Los Angeles. He was down in Mexico doing some radical, not approved by the FDA treatment for his cancer. And then he came back and said, no, I just want to do the Rath Yatra, And then later, he was very sick and he was like practically in a coma or something. And then but he was very effulgent. His body was shining, and he smiled and he said, this process really works. Right? What was he saying there? This process really works. Because he was, Bhakti Tirtha Swami, or Radhanath Swami was telling us how Bhakti Tirtha Swami, he was there in Pennsylvania. He had cancer. They had to remove his leg, but it still didn't get finished. He didn't get all the cancer. He had to take heavy pain medication, but even with all the heavy medication, it still was very painful. He was in pain. He was shaking. He was there. At Gita Nagari Farm, there was a place for him to stay, and he was there with his friend Radhanath Swami. He had only a few days left to live. He was in terrible pain. He couldn't sleep because of the pain. He was, and they were let's just chant Hare Krishna together. He and his friend Radhanath Swami, they're chanting, and this big smile. If you know Bhakti Tirtha, very beautiful man, black African American man, beautiful face, and he had a big smile. And he said, "It doesn't get any better than this." So mostly you would think, some guys, they're on a yacht, they've got big bellies and a cigar and wine and a beautiful young girl in a bikini, and then they say, oh, it doesn't get any better than this. That's the stereotype in the mundane culture, right? That they're enjoying the good life. But that life without Krishna is dead. That life without Krishna is not tasteful to a devotee. It's not interesting to a devotee. And all of the movies and cinema, all of the novels and poetry and everything, it's about getting glory and winning the battle and all that stuff. It's all for stuff that's not related to Krishna. So Srimad Bhagavatam is saying the people who like those heroes, who are after these mundane things, who want to get fame and glory and riches and a big family and all that, it says they're like hogs and dogs and camels, farm animals, asses. But real culture is to glorify Krishna. Srila Prabhupada writes here This he's writing in the early, or in the 60s, in the 1960s, maybe later 1960s, second canto. And he's writing that 50 years ago in India, he says, all of the people, even 50 years ago, the social structure of all Indians was so arranged that they would not read any literature that was not connected with the activities of the Lord, right, in the early part of the 20th century. They would not play any drama not connected to the Lord. They would not organize a fair or ceremony not connected with the Lord, nor would they visit a place that was not holy and sanctified by the pastimes of the Lord. Therefore, even the common man in the village would talk about Ramayana and Mahabharata, Gita and Bhagavatam, even from his very childhood. But by the influence of the age of Kali, they have been dragged to the civilization of the dogs and hogs, laboring for bread without any sense of transcendental knowledge. So now Prabhupada came to give us this transcendental knowledge, and it's not just for the Indians anymore, it's for the whole world. We have to capture the interest and the imagination of the intellectuals, of the politicians, of the big business magnates. The world system of capitalism, where everybody just is greedy so that they can get a lot of money so they can enjoy their senses, is false, and it's not workable. It's not even. Now we're creating so much pollution. We've got nuclear weapons, and Korea's threatening to bomb people. And it's not a workable solution for the world. The solution for the world is given by God already in the Vedic literatures, and we need to educate people about what that is. They don't know what it is, and they have their own conceptions. The Western countries, British had a colonial empire, British Empire. It was the jewel in the crown of their empire, whatever. So they had to think, this is inferior culture, we have a superior culture. And everything they heard about that culture, they had to imagine it in some way that, we're helping our benighted savages over in India, right? Wasn't that a poem by Kipling, The Benighted Savage? The Road to Mandalay. So it wasn't India, it was Malaysia or whatever. But the benighted savage, or Burma, bows down to wood and stone. So they had to think that idol worship is wrong. But there's a history of all these things, how that impersonalism entered into Judaism and Christianity at some time. They used to have iconodules and iconoclasts, and there were fights about idol worship even within the Christian church. And within Judaism, there were fights between sages that said that God has form and sages that said that God has no form. And also in Vedic culture, there are sages that say that they're saguna and nirguna, and they discuss that. Prabhupada explains it all. What nirguna really means: no material form. There's spiritual form. Anyway, all this is there. We have this great culture. Yes, sir.
I didn't understand one point. He said, Prabhupada said there was villages who will always chant the name of Lord Krishna, but there has been always two sects, even at the time of Ram, which is millions of years back. There was a Ravan. See, there has been always. Otherwise, the world will become a very different place. There has been always people who don't care about the Krishna, and they are atheists, and they all like to enjoy their body. Yeah. And then there are some people who are more wise, and they know.
Yeah, Srila Prabhupada wasn't saying that if you went to India in 1910, you would find everybody was a saintly devotee, and there wasn't any irreligion there. No, that wasn't his point. He also says the whole caste system was misunderstood and misused and mistreated and became vitiated or corrupted. And it had to be revived in fact, even in Lord Chaitanya's time, 500 years ago, was similar. We can read the Chaitanya, because that's almost contemporary to us. We can read about Ramayana, but the animals can talk, and it's a very different world from our world. They said there's a verse somewhere. I asked Gopi Paranadhana, one scholar. Because I thought it was from Mahabharata. So I asked him, where is this in Mahabharata? And he wrote me back, and he said he didn't know where it was. But there's a famous verse, and it says that in Satya Yuga, the demigods and devotees, the devotees and the demons, they're on different planets.
That's in Srimad Bhagavatam, chapter 3. I have the quotation for that. So
it's in Bhagavatam. Yes, and Gopi Purana didn't know. So in the Satya Yuga they were on different planets.
Yes.
In the Treta Yuga they were in different countries or kingdoms. And then in Dwapara Yuga, like Mahabharata, they were in the same dynasty, in the same country, the same family. They were fighting Duryodhana and Arjuna. They were cousins. And then Kali Yuga, they're in the same body. they're in the same person. Right? This is our monthly Sankirtan festival. Time for our pause for our station identification, a word from our sponsor. We are in the midst of the monthly Sankirtan festival of killing the Ravan within. So we have demon within ourselves, demoniac part of ourselves. Like Radhanath Swami tells the story, it's an American Indian story of the two dogs. You know, which dog is going to survive, the bad dog or the good dog? The one that you feed the most is going to win. So you have to feed the good dog by coming to the temple and hearing Krishna consciousness, and starve the bad dog that wants to go and watch the football game and drink beer or whatever and eat nachos or, you know. So the monthly Sankirtan festival of killing the Ravana within. Last night the devotees went to Palo Alto and did Harinam Sankirtan. You were there? Yes. Tell us something, because I wasn't there. Tell us about it.
It was very nice. We usually have our Harinam at that Linton Plaza, but it was occupied. So we went to Bryant and the university intersections right beside the parking lot. Quite a few devotees came and it was nice Harinam, nice weather.
About how many devotees were there?
Maybe 15.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, maybe around. Yeah. And the kids, they had fun and they were distributing books. And right after the Harinam was over also they were distributing books. And they got, as you know, they approach us and get the Lakshmi, they were more excited to go and distribute again. Mm. So it was very nice. We went for a short Harinam parikrama around the University Avenue. Mm.
So I think Prabhupada's point was that the culture in those days was such, even that the people didn't really maybe completely understand. Like they were also, Prabhupada would criticize. People were having Bhagavat Saptahas, and they would get some famous professional singer to come and sing Srimad Bhagavatam, but the professional singer wasn't really a committed devotee. And so it wasn't giving, and the people would come there, and they would think they were doing something pious, but they weren't becoming pure devotees. They weren't getting that real prema. They weren't getting the real, because it has to be nivritta tarshaya rupagiyamana. You have to hear from a saintly person who's a completely committed devotee. That makes the thing successful. So there were dramas, and the dramas would be about Rasa Leela, but people would mistake what is Rasa Leela. They don't understand Krishna, and they don't understand his. But at least he's saying the culture was such that this was their culture, that all the plays, all the dramas, all the cinema, people were thinking about Mahabharata, Krishna, Ramayana in different ways. He wasn't saying that everybody was perfect. In fact, his guru, Bhaktisiddhanta, had established this Gaudiya Math because the world was had become so materialistic and so forgetful, and that he wanted to really revive the real pure Sankirtan of Lord Chaitanya everywhere. So we're still doing that. But he was saying that at least the culture, it wasn't as bad. Now it's become all worse. India has become part of the modern world. The modern world has become an atheistic world, a materialistic world where marriage doesn't mean anything anymore. The old man now, they've been married to the same woman for many years, and then they cast her aside and they marry some young girl who's, prettier, younger, youthful and stuff. And there's no culture. Because everybody thinks it's all, life is meant to enjoy, eat, drink, and be merry. And just enjoy, and don't worry about death. Tomorrow you may die. Speaking about this theme about how time is coming and taking away, there's a famous poem by Andrew Marvell, an English poet, one of the metaphysical poets. But in this case, his poetry is from a materialistic point of view, and he's trying to convince, it's called To His Coy Mistress, and he's trying to convince a young woman to enjoy with him. And he's saying, had we but whirled enough in time, this coyness, madam, were no crime. And he goes on, to say that at my back I always hear time's winged chariot hurrying near, and yonder all before us lie deserts of vast eternity. Thy beauty will no more be found, nor in thy marble vault, that is your sarcophagus, will sound my echoing song. Then worms shall try your long-preserved virginity, and thy stout honor turn to dust, and into ashes all my lust. Now, therefore, as the youthful hue sits on thy skin like morning dew, and now, while thy willing soul transpires at every pore with instant fires, now let us sport us while we may, and now, like amorous birds of prey, rather at once our time devour than languish in his slow-chapped power. I'm sorry, it's long. I didn't do the whole poem, but he says, let us roll all our strength and all our sweetness up into one ball and tear our pleasure with rough strife through the iron gates of life. We cannot make the sun stand still, yet we will make him run. So anyway, it's a similar theme, but from backwards, right? The theme is that the sun represents time, and we can't stop time because we're rascal non-devotees. Non-devotees could stop the influence of time, but he's saying we can't stop time. So let's enjoy life now. Eat, drink, and be merry. Let's not worry about propriety. Let's just have pleasure. Anyway, that's his theme of his poem. It's a famous English poem that all the high school students have to learn it and stuff like that. But okay, but yeah. So anyway, but this is the idea that time is a problem for people. Time is coming. You're going to get old. You're going to die. If you think you're this body, but if you use your time to serve Krishna, then you will remember who you really are in the spiritual world without any death, without Satchidananda Vigraha. And that's the purpose of this Hare Krishna movement, to remind everybody who we really are, what our real life is as servants of Krishna. Yes, sir, go ahead.
I've got a very simple question here. There is a Charvak philosophy in our Hindu religion.
Yes, just get ghee. Charvak Muni.
Charvak Muni.
Beg, steal, or borrow, but if you get ghee, then you have a good life.
He says, eat, drink, and marry. That is his principle. And how that philosophy is different from the modern Western culture philosophy.
Well, how it's different is
philosophy,
how it's different. It's not very different. It's not very different. How it's different is that he thinks to have a good life is to have ghee. But the mundane people think, let's have whiskey and hamburgers. So Prabhupada would quote that. He would quote Charvak Muni. He's the great Epicurean. He said, don't worry about sacrifice. Don't worry about pleasing the gods. Don't worry about doing it. Just enjoy sensual life. But even the great atheist, he was a vegetarian, Prabhupada said. So at least that much he was. But otherwise, this is a rascal philosophy, eat, drink, and be merry. Because we are not these bodies. We are actually eternal souls. And we have an eternal... And we can't have real happiness unless we have that spiritual happiness. The material happiness is very limited. Yes, Bindya.
So actually, I wanted to comment when you had talked about, you were searching for a name of a physician. I don't know if it's Dr. Brian Weiss you're meaning.
No.
Because he's a psychiatrist, and what he has discovered in treating his very mentally ill patients is the only thing that helped them come out of their severe depression and anxiety was deep hypnosis. And in deep hypnosis, what happened was they transgressed into lifetimes of the past. He was baffled because his faith did not allow him to believe in what he received. But he had been tape recording all of this because he knew this was something very, very unique. And he recognized that this person, I think Elizabeth was his first patient who went into this lifetimes. And she started talking about places she had never read about or heard about or seen in this lifetime.
His name is Weiss, Brian Weiss?
Brian Weiss. He's actually coming to San Francisco this month to talk. He has a few books. One is called Many Masters, Many Souls. Another one is One Soul, Many Bodies. And the other one is Only Love is Real. And he has repeatedly, and for quite some time, as a professor of psychiatry and given his faith, he didn't want to talk about it. Because he knew he would be reprimanded in his profession as well as in his religious
He must be a
speech.
Jewish man, right? Weiss.
Possibly,
right?
yeah. So he held that information, but then he couldn't because he had more patients go through this past lifetime revelations, and then he recognized what it is our true identity, is the soul. So even science is now recognizing. Now there is another doctor, Dr. John Long, I believe his name is, Jeffrey Long, and he has a near-death experience foundation. And what he has recognized is that in people who are almost close to death or have died, describe a world full of light. And all these experiences, even blind people, have reported the same. So he has again revealed to us through science, because science only discovers what's nature.
Yeah.
Science doesn't make nature. We have to
Right.
recognize that,
Have you heard of, there's a Ian Stevenson, have you ever heard of a Dr. Ian Stevenson from, I think he's Australian. He was the head of the psychology department in Yale or Harvard or somewhere like that too. We could look it up, but he was a physician, and he became fascinated by children that could remember a previous life. There would be when they're young, especially in cultures like in Hinduism, among the Druze, among different parts of the world where people believe in reincarnation. If their parents don't believe in reincarnation, then when the kid says, "Oh, in my last life, I was somebody else," or they start remembering other people and stuff, the parents will just say, "Oh, you're just talking nonsense. Forget about it." And by the time they get 7, 8 years old, they usually forget all about it. But when they're little kids, they remember, "Oh, I was Michael, and my mother was Ruth, and my father was," and they start talking about all these things. I saw one thing. I mean, some of them may be hoaxes. I saw one TV show where a little kid could remember he was like an airline pilot during the war, and he could recognize all the different kinds of planes, and he was this little kid, but he had remembered this stuff. And so this guy got together a team of researchers, and we should have Guru Puja soon. But he had got together a team of researchers, and they actually did. There was an article in Back to Godhead about his research, but they actually went and that they found that these kids they found who they really were and how they really died and who they and one of the things he found was that they had a lot of times those who had died in some violent way, like by gunshot or something, they had birthmarks in their next life where the wounds were in their death. And he has a whole body of literature about it.
Absolutely. And if you've read Autobiography of Yogi by Yogananda Paramahansa, he describes when his guru died, he saw him in just like Jesus revealed himself to his apostles. So I think the astral world and the causal world and all these other worlds which we are not able to see with our naked eyes, these are the unmanifest forms of indeed something which exists. So I wanted to put in...
There's a lot we don't know. Like Hamlet says to his friend Horatio, there are many things in heaven and earth that are not dreamt of in your philosophy. Philosophy, in those days, they meant science, that you're studying the world and you're creating this big... Our modern science, it's just a human construct.
Right.
And it's not, there's a lot of things that it doesn't touch. And sometimes the scientists are arrogant, and they feel like, oh, you're talking about past lives. That can't be true. We're going to disprove it and debunk it and figure out how you're really suggesting to the people what they, and so forth. But actually, it's coming from a dishonest point. That was at Stanford that Druta Karma came. He was very good, and he was talking about archaeology. And there are many recorded instances where people have found human remains or even human artifacts, that relatively modern pottery and tools and things like that in strata of, like the rocks that are millions of years old. And because it doesn't fit in the modern theory of human evolution, that data is just sort of put aside and said, most of the data probably fits in the theory. But what do you do with the anomalies that don't fit? And what they do is they say, "Oh, it can't be true." And if people go and they do the carbon dating and say, "No, look, this really was," or they do the radio, the half-life dating or whatever they do, and if they come up with results that don't fit, they ridicule them. The people lose their careers. They lose because because there's there's this field of like sociology of scientific knowledge that applies different filters. So anyway, I thought it was a very fascinating talk. He was right out front. He said, the reason I became interested in archaeology is because, I'm a devotee and I read these scriptures and they say there's people living millions of years ago and the Lord Rama came 1 million years ago. And I'm thinking, well, there must be something in the archaeological record that supports that. And because I happen to speak Russian and Italian and all these different languages, I can go read all the archaeology records for the last 200 years and find out what they're saying and catalog them. And he says, sure enough, in the old days, what he discovered was that before the Darwin's theory had congealed and before the theory of human origins had really congealed, 100 or so years ago, 120 years ago or something, there were a lot of discoveries of anatomically modern humans that were, 1 million years or 2 million years old, or so they thought. And then, they found a way to discredit all that stuff and just throw it aside. And so, of course, he has this book called The Hidden History, The Forbidden Archaeology, and he's done popular TV shows with like Charlton Heston and stuff like that. He's become very popular. And the archaeological, but he is a member of the archaeological, societies and things like that. But they always feel threatened when the sort of popular culture, makes this thing and attacks them, and they want to attack back. But he says some of them are recognizing that at least you're raising questions about epistemology, about what should we do with anomalies, and when are we justified in throwing out this data just because it doesn't fit our theory, without any other reason, and how much data do we have to get that doesn't fit our theory before we realize that there's something wrong with our theory.
Right. I just wanted to say that I agree with you that soul-conscious people are aware that soul is our true identity. Now even science is recognizing it, and it cannot be discounted. Why we have gone from a Satyuga to Kali Yuga is because we have gone from a soul-conscious being to a body-conscious being, and that's what the reason we're into.
So we have to get those science people to read Prabhupada's books. These are great books.
I'm reading it.
I know you are. And you have a lot of friends that will read it someday by your influence.
I give them the book whenever there's opportunity. But back to when we say death, I think that's a body and mind conscious word. We normally say passed away.
Yes.
Because you're just passing on to another body. It's passed away.
So, Sangsijirnani yata vihaya anyani navani granati naroparani tata sharirani vihaya jirnani anyani sangyati navani dehi. So we should have...
Asurs and Asurs have existed from long time. The Asurs they are referring to are the non-soul conscious beings who have been even bugging the demigods.
Also, they have their heaven. Srimad Bhagavatam says even the Asuras, they have planets where everyone is an atheist, but they're enjoying like Charvak or whatever. They're enjoying like anything on their way. And then every once in a while, the chakra comes and kills them all. But otherwise, they live a long time. Their bodies don't have any bad odor, and they're having a happy life. But they don't get light from the sun. In those planets, there are different planetary systems, and in those planets, they get their light from the heads, the jewels on the head of the Nagas that live in the very lowest part of the universe, that reflects the sun, and they have this reddish, eerie light. But anyway, all this stuff is described in Bhagavatam. It's not fiction. It's not fairy tales. It's something that's realized by great enlightened beings. Shukadeva Goswami was not some ordinary person. And the modern scientists are always comparing. Prabhupada says like the frog in the well. Thank you so much for coming. We went past our time. We should have our Guru Puja and stuff. I know you have to go.
He's actually going to San Jose State this
Oh, what's your name? Sri Hari. So you'll be, what are you studying there in San Jose State? Aerospace engineering. You're going to build airplanes or? Sounds very nice. So we're moving from this little place. We have a nice new temple, and it's just being completed. We're in Mountain View. It's 1965 Latham Street. It's 1 block off of El Camino Real between Rengsdorf and Escuela. And on Friday, their lordships will be moving to their new home. And and we'll be celebrating Ram Navami there. So it's fasting.
I wasn't sure where you were.
Yeah.
I knew that you were going to move, and I was worried. They said they were in the process, so.
Yeah. Yeah, we had hoped to move earlier, but it's taking a little longer. It's still, even once we move there, there's going to be they're going to come in on the 25th and refinish the temple room floor. And, so there's still a work in progress. We have to get the gates for the altar and different things like that. I think we'll probably end up getting a new Shingasans too, because I've said this, this is the third time this morning I'm saying, I'm afraid that in the big new altar, this may look too simple and small. But it's a nice place, and we own it. This place we're renting, but now we bought this place. We're still paying a mortgage on it. But it's a big step up. And it's a big, important historical step in the life of this community. So Sri Hari, I forgot your name already. Pareshwari Lakshmi. Paneshwari.
Like Pani?
Uh-huh.
Paneshwari, like Pani like the snake?
This,
Pani like Panindra?
Panindra.
Panibhushan,
So she's the...
Paneshwari Lakshmi is the Lakshmi that worships Lord Vishnu and
on the snake. On this, she massages his feet.
Yeah.
Paneshwari. So Pani means Nantasesha?
Pani is actually the hood.
Uh-huh.
And so Panibhushana, so it's the hooded one.
Because Pani is palm, right?
Yeah. Pani, but it's Pani. It's
Pani.
Mahaprana. Paneshwari.
Paneshwari.
Pani and Ishwari.
Paneshwari Lakshmi.
Yes.
Well, it's so nice that you could come here.
Thank you so much.
Please,
I'm sorry, your good name.
Akruranath.
Akruranath.
And please tell all the devotees in San Diego our Jai Hare Krishna. So now we'll have Guru Puja and put all our books away. Hare Krishna. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada Jaya, Prabhupada Jaya, Prabhupada Jaya, Prabhupada. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Shadma Kevala Bhakati Shadma Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Shadma Kevala Bhakati Shadma Bando Mui Shabadana Mati Bando Mui Shabadana Mati Prashade bhai e bhavatoriya e bhavatoriya Jahara prashade bhai bhavatoriya Krishna prapti hoy ya hoy te Krishna prapti hoy ja hoy te Bhakya chitete koriya kya Arna kori ho mane asha kori ho na kori ho mane asha na kori ho mane Shri Guru charane rati eshe utama gati Shri Guru charane Shri Guru charane rati eshe utama gati charane rati eshe utama gati Je prashade pure sarva asha Je prashade pure sarva asha De pure sarva asha Chakudano dilote janme janme prabhu she Chakudano dilote janme janme prabhu she Divya Gyan Hriday Prakashit prakashito Divya Gyan Hriday prakashito Prema Bhakti Hahoite Avidya Vinashayate Prema Bhakti Jaha Hoite Avidya Vinashayate Vedekai Jahara Charito Vedekai Jahara Charito Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adhama Janara Bandhu Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adhama Janara Bandhu Lokanath Lokera Jivana Lokanath Lokera Jivana Ha Prabhu Koro Doya Deho More Pada Chaya Ha Prabhu Koro Doya Deho More Pada Chaya Ebe Jash Kushutri Bhuvana Ebe Jash Kushutri Bhuvana Ah Prabhu Koro Doya Deho More Pada Chaya Ah Prabhu Koro Doya Deho More Pada Chaya Prabhupada Patita Pavana Prabhupada Patita Pavana Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jayo Jayo Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Iti Namine Namo Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschacha Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Hari Haraye Namah Krishna Yadavaya Namaha Hari Haraye Namah Krishna Yadavaya Namaha Yadavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namaha Yadavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namaha Gopa Govinda Ram Shri Madhusudan Gopa Govinda Ram Shri Madhusudan Giridhari Gopinath Madana Mohan Giridhari Gopinath Madana Mohan Shri Chaitanya Nityananda Shri Advaita Sita Shri Chaitanya Nityananda Shri Advaita Sita Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita Shri Rupa Shri Sanatana Bhatta Raghunath Shri Rupa Shri Sanatana Bhatta Raghunath Shri Jiva Gopala Bhatta Das Raghunath Shri Jiva Gopala Bhatta Das Raghunath Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Nitai Gaura Haribo 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahansa Privrajakacharyasta Tarasata Shri Shrimad His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Goswami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Jai Om Vishnu Pada Paramahansa Privraja Acharya Astu Tarasata Shishimad, His Divine Grace Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Jai, Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai, Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai, Prem Se Kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Rvaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakti Vrinda Ki Jai, Shri Radha Krishna Gop Gopinath Shyama Kunda Radha Kundi Govardhan Ki Jai, Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai, Shri Mayapur Navadvip Dham Ki Jai, Shri Gangamai Jamunamai Ki Jai, Tulsi Devi Bhakti Devi Ki Jai, Samaveda Bhakti Vrinda Ki Jai, Gaur Premanandi, monthly Sankirtan festival, killing the demon Ravana within Ki Jai, Harinam Sankirtana Ki Jai, Transcendental Book Distribution Ki Jai, new temple for Shri Shri Radha Madana Mohan, Lakshmi Sringadev, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Ki Jai, all glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to the lotus feet of Shri Shri Guru Gauranga, Hari Hari Bol. Announcements. This morning's prasadam is cooked by Hansapriya Mataji. Hari Bol. So today there's some book distribution going on.
Yes, I think, there is book distribution. I think one team, at least I know that one team is planning to go to Tirupati, no?
Uh-huh.
So I don't know the details, but there is book distribution.
Jai, Hari Bol. I'd like to go, I think I should go around to all the neighbors in the new temple and say hello, give them a Bhagavad Gita and a sweet ball and tell them that, don't be afraid of us, and if you have any complaints, let us know, and we're going to try to make sure that the parking situation is handled, and, here's my number, give me a call. Something like that, so that we don't, because what we don't want is to move in there and then find that we have enemies there. So we want to let them know that we're nice people and we respect their legitimate concerns that, maybe too noisy, too crowded, too whatever. And we, on Janmashtami, one day a year, where we have a big party past midnight. But other than that, we're usually in bed by 9 o'clock, so.
But I heard that we did some kind of soundproofing the wall.
Yes, we've done some soundproofing, and if we need more, we can do more, Some shutters or some curtains will help, and some different things, We did the wall. Yeah, remember how the wall was all brick?
Yes.
We decided to put drywall, over the brick and paint it, and we put soundproofing in the wall. So that should help. A lot of it can help. There's not much of an echo in there now. We were thinking of hanging like acoustic panels, to pick up some of the sound in there. But I don't think we're going to need to do that. I don't know.
I did my studio in New Mexico with egg cartons.
Yeah.
Styrofoam egg cartons.
Yeah, so they diffuse the sound very much nicely.
Yeah. It helps.
I don't know that that's the look we're going for.
That's the look you're looking for.
But it's coming along very nicely. I don't know how many people have been there in the last week or so. I was there yesterday. It's a nice big altar, beautiful marble floor and arches. Yeah, in the altar room, And then there's travertine floor in the hallways, and there's wood floor. Of course, the temple room floor is still the same wood floor. It's going to be refinished, but after we move in. We're going to have them refinish it the following week. So that it'll be, all clean and new and shiny and tough. It'll have a tough coating on it, because there'll be a lot of traffic. Because that's also where the prasadam will be taken. There's no separate prasadam hall at this place. That's one thing. So,
where is the prasadam planning to serve?
Right in the temple room.
Oh, temple room.
Curtains will be closed, and then the devotees will take prasadam on the floor. So.
I wanted to make a volunteer. I felt inspired to volunteer to make a greenhouse for Tulsi outside, if you like.
A greenhouse for Tulsi outside. So.
Yeah, and I'm a carpenter for a hobby. And
Uh-huh.
I'm good at it. So
Okay.
I need to build a greenhouse for Tulsi outside. I've done that before. Talk about it, and I'll.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll just myself and I have some guys that work with me, and
That's wonderful. So
we can make a greenhouse for Tulsi. Maybe put some make some landscaping around there and make it kind of a nice place
we'll have a landscaping crew already. You know Dr. Carlos, right?
I'm not familiar.
So we're going to have. First of all, we need to get a sign. We can put some temporary banner signs or something right now, but we have to get permit, like zoning approval, to have a big permanent wooden sign with floodlights on it and stuff, nice painting. And we're going to pull out, we have a lot of that ivy ground cover all over the place. I think we're going to pull that all out. And we have some landscaping experts, JR and some other devotees, that are going to design a garden that's low maintenance. And then we have devotees like yourself and Bhakti Carlos and others who can help put that garden in. And probably in that space between those two trees, we can put the greenhouse for Tulsi Devi. And the bees in the tree, there's a beehive in the tree. So one bee expert told us that you have to leave the bees there because if they leave, then rats and things will come to get the honey, and it will be very bad. But another expert told us, no, you can actually fill the tree up with concrete and and seal it off, and the tree. We'll get a special arborist, and they'll tell us how to do that. But in the meantime, we've got another bee expert. I was hoping that I could, start our own hives and we could have our own honey there. But the bees are nice bees. They're honey bees. They're not aggressive, Africanized. They don't. But there's a lot of them, and when they swarm, it's scary. So Jagarini decided that the kids around, we shouldn't have so many bees around all the time. So we have a bee expert came, and he's training them to go in and out of a little tube, and now he's going to bring some hives probably tomorrow. And they have a little scent of a queen in there, and all the bees will come out of the tree and go into his hives. And then he'll take them somewhere else to make honey somewhere else. So then we're going to have to get an arborist to make sure that the tree will be strong enough and that it won't start dropping branches on the temple or on the cars or anything like that. And we'll seal it off so that we won't get vermin to come after the honey. So there's a way to... there's a lot of details. Many, many things have to happen.
So do we have the board of the temple or something, Radhakrishna temple or yoga center?
The sign?
Yeah, like we have Bhakti Yoga Center
Yeah.
here, right?
So I think the sign will be, International Society for Krishna Consciousness, founder Acharya, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Maybe some very nice painting of a lotus flower, some... And, so we should do something like that. But right now we should immediately get some of these kind of signs up, like we have here. In fact, maybe we could take the ones here and take it over there and put it up outside. We can have them on all different sides. Jagarini everything has to pass her test. She wanted me to stay there and watch them put the shed. We got a storage shed there for extra storage. So she couldn't be there that day. So I had to take the day off of my law practice and go and watch these guys build a shed. So then afterwards she said, "Oh, I didn't want you to put it. You put it all up. I removed the block where the cars stops the cars. I removed the block and had to put it right in the corner so that it saved more space in the parking lot." And she said, "No, I think it looks nicer if it's a little set in. There's some space around it. It's like it's." So she has an artistic eye for everything. So then we have a lobby now with a gift store area in the lobby, reception area, gift store. So I was talking to her this morning, what kind of wooden desk or something we'll have there with the reception area, and she says, "No, we're going to have glass, bookcases with items for sale inside that people can see, deities and different things. And they can come up and there's a cash register and it's a little gift store right there. So, but everything is being figured out. And I announced earlier this morning, but I don't think I told all of you, so I should tell you. Vaishesika's in Los Angeles. So he asked Svavas, the BBT has art. All the illustrations in the books, they were actually paintings. They made paintings, the artists, they made paintings, and then they were photographed for use as plates in Prabhupada's books. So all those paintings, they're in storage. And it's hard to store them nicely. It's expensive to store paintings, so there won't be anything bothering them, no mold growing on them, no rats eating the canvas and stuff like that. So, Vaishesika asked, you have all these paintings in storage. Can we take some to decorate the temple with? And Svavas said, you can take as many as you want, and you can take whatever you want. So Dhriti, who's one of the great artists that painted a lot of the paintings, she's going to go down there with Nirkula and Jagarini, and they're going to pick out the paintings. Haribol, now the Sankirtan leader is here.
That would be very nice.
So we have original paintings for all the walls, nicest ones we want. But, there's some controversy now. Could we put the paintings in the room where the kids are going to school? Some people say no, they're going to hurt the paintings, priceless paintings. But I say, yes, we should put them high up so the kids can't reach them. But we should train the kids that when you come to the temple, this is Krishna's house, you can't color on the walls, you can't cut the carpets on the floors, you can't, you have to learn how to behave when you're at the temple, and you can't destroy the precious artwork on the wall. And,
On festival days, we get a lot of other kids,
yeah.
outside the congregation. Need some security. So we need.
So the people who are watching the kids have to teach them, and the kids should learn. That's part of their they're coming to the temple, and part of what they're learning at the temple should be it shouldn't be like some mean, horrible, strict thing, but it should be that this is a holy place and everything is holy here and you can't disturb it. And if they can't behave, then we'll have to send the painting somewhere else. But I think if we put them high enough, then most of them won't be able to touch it.
Somebody also asked me that you are bringing big Prabhupada Murti, life size.
Yeah.
I said, I don't know.
Yeah, so everything is coming together. Ramdas from Africa, Ramdas?
Yes.
He promised to donate the Shringasan the Vyasasan and the Prabhupada Murti. So he just arrived now. He's staying with his sister down in Monterey or Pacific Grove or wherever. So they're coming tomorrow. So he has brought us pictures. Yes, this Prabhupada is too small for the new temple. We're going to have a bigger Prabhupada. It may not be completely life-size, but it's going to be a bigger asana and a bigger murti. So, and we were looking at one on the internet last night. He showed us, and looked very, very nice. Yes, these are our deities. Singhasan, maybe we have to first we're going to move these there on Thursday, and then the Singhasans, and then Sri Sri Radhamadana Mohan and Mahaprabhu and Lakshmana Sringadev would come on Friday in a grand procession. So we're starting here at 7:30 in the morning on Friday, and those who can make it, and there'll be Hare Krishna. Then some people will be there to also receive them when they come and throw flower petals. So we have to organize that nicely. I might have to be working that day because there's a deposition that's scheduled for that day. So I might miss it. But yes, the Shringasans may look a little small and a little too plain in the new temple setting, because the altar is bigger than this altar room, and it has 3 arches. It has a big central arch in the front, and then on the sides it also has 2 arches, and we're getting gates carved with like metal gates carved with nice flower designs. And the gates will be, brought down in the front, but also the ones in the sides will always be in. They'll be set into the walls. And and the floor, it's a little higher off the floor. There's steps, and it's all done with shiny, polished marble. And I think that when we move there, these Sringasans have to be low, so they're just a square top so they can fit in this room. But they have a big giant ceiling, so they could have a big carved canopy on top. I think these are going to look small, and they're going to look a little bit plain, and in that building. So we'll have to get better ones eventually. But we'll see. Anyway, these decisions are being made by the... Yeah. But right now we have a first-class kitchen. There's one more piece of kitchen equipment. Jagarini's getting some fancy sort of steam thing that they use a lot in Los Angeles. It's like a steamer, so you can cook vegetables really quickly. And
they're all neat riding through. It looks like I went to that kitchen and Mataji showed me.
Yeah.
Oh, it's amazing.
It's much different from this kitchen.
It looks like a professional. Everything, on the ventilation on the top.
Yeah. You can see also on the building from the outside, you see there's a big vent out of the roof.
A lot of ghee and neighbors should come,
Yeah. Yeah. So the Sankirtan team, I was just talking before you got here, we should actually go and knock on all the doors, not ask for any money, go bring them a sweet ball and maybe a Bhagavad Gita and say, well, we've been working on the place, you've all been wondering, now we're going to start it, the Krishna temple will be here, we want to be your friend, we have free feast every Sunday, you can come on Saturday mornings and enjoy vegetarian food for free, and we do have music, but not late at night, and we're going to try to keep it so that let us know if it's too much noise. We're going to try to make an arrangement with this Sizzler in the back so that we can park our cars back there if there's too many cars. Please bear with us when we first move in because some of the people don't know. We're telling them they're not allowed to park here, but sometimes they may make a mistake, and we want to train everybody correctly. We'll find a system that works so that your life won't be inconvenienced because we care about you and we're here to serve you and be your friend. It's very, very important that we don't make enemies there, because if they become our enemies, they will call the city, and the city will find ways to chase us away. They will say, "There's this violation, that violation." After all this investment, we want to be well loved, good neighbors, loved by the city, loved by everyone.
Be in there
and
for a few years before you do anything too crazy, right?
Yeah, or maybe we'll never do anything too crazy.
We should do a lot of prasadam distribution.
Yeah.
And there are also a lot of Mexicans apartments in that complex.
Yeah, so that's good. We thought that would be a good neighborhood because they're pious people. They're campesinos, they live close to the earth, they farm, and a lot of them are religious, they're Catholics, or whatever, evangelicals, but we think that they'll recognize that we're doing something pious and holy. Like Americans can be really arrogant,
I think
Why are you bothering me?
Popular in that area. I just heard yesterday that the new pope, he proclaimed himself to be the Antichrist, Satan himself, on national television.
No, I don't think so.
I was watching with my eyes, unless somebody made a very, very good video, then I have the footage. I recorded. He said, I am the guy. I'm that fellow, and I think he's mentally ill, yes. And
No.
I think we should pray for.
No.
He said this. He actually, I won't lie in front of deity. I saw it with my own eyes.
You must have misunderstood something.
He said, he was really scary. Like I was tripped out, like for real. Like so, I think it's.
Anyway.
It could cause some people to go, yeah. No, I'm not joking. And Hare Krishna, he said,
I can see that you're sincere.
national
I don't know what kind of hallucinogenic drugs you were on when you saw it.
No, I was three of my housemates, and we all saw it, and he's standing up there, so many cardinals, big procession,
No.
and he's saying Vatican now means all these things, and my jaw is on the floor for an hour, and I'm walking around my house like I can't even believe what I just heard.
I can guarantee you all that the Pope didn't go on television and announce to everyone that he is the Antichrist. I could just guarantee that. That didn't happen. Don't worry about it. Our friend is obviously confused about something.
Everybody can give me an email address, and I send you a copy, and then you can say, oh, maybe they photoshopped that. If they actually photoshopped it, I applaud them, because I was convinced that this Pope is standing up.
So that's probably what happened, is somebody did a Photoshop job or something like that. You can send it. You have my email. You can send it to me. But let's change the subject now.
But anyway, I thought if somebody else, hey, maybe these guys aren't so, evil in a way.
Our devotees won't see national television.
That would make us very popular, if that's the case. But
anyway, Hare Krishna. So we're there to be friendly and not to challenge them and tell them that their Pope is wrong or anything like that. But to sit there.
He's not wrong. He just plays some dark role, right? Krishna makes all demons.
Maybe one of us can make a good friendship. Maybe you.
Yeah, I think I should go there if I can. I have a lot to do, but I think if I can go there today.
Because it should be one person contact, not everybody.
Yeah, I can pass my card out and I can ask them to come.
Talk nicely.
Yeah, if they have any problem, just call this number.
Yeah, they can call my personal office, and then I will.
Parking also, we need to tell that because if they complain to city that we will be in trouble.
We have to train our people to make sure that nobody may park in any of the apartments.
For Janmashtami, we can ask Sizzlers to give parking. Something that we can ask them.
Yeah, well, even for Sunday feast, we should ask Sizzler to give us some park. Then for Janmashtami, maybe we can just rent the whole parking lot.
Yeah, I think we should just rent some.
We can put the sign up and a jumper in the Sizzler parking lot, and we can have pandals and have part of the program out in the Sizzler lot.
You can put there one kind of a box saying donation for the parking, so that it is covered.
Sure. No, we rent the parking out, and then when people park, when people park, we say Janmashtami. You have a sign Janmashtami parking $2.50 or something like that.
For temples, generally it doesn't look nice. They put a particular value. They put a donation here because we have to pay for the parking.
Sure.
That's a good idea. At the entrance, we can put.
Yeah.
That's very simple.
We should get people to know that.
I guarantee you will get more money by saying donation rather than putting a price.
Rather than $5 a park. Yeah. Also, people are coming to the temple for Janmashtami. They're getting prasadam, everything. They're going to give donations anyway. But we have to train them that this is not India anymore. 5 rupees is not enough now. You have to give $51 is standard donation. If you went to a restaurant and you had to take your family, it should.
Too much inflation.
Yeah.
The training is done by Lord Krishna. Let's not worry about that part.
Okay.
The thing is, Lord Krishna will take care of everything.
Jai. Jai. Yeah, if we make everyone feel some genuine spiritual happiness, then they will become attached and they will want to dedicate themselves. And we're already seeing it. So the tile wall, we have the frame there, and we put in some blank tiles, but now we're getting the tiles carved, and I think by next week when we move in, we'll already have everybody's tiles up. And, it's like there's about 200 tiles that are being carved and being put up, and there's like 300 that haven't been sold yet, and they're down at the bottom. So that's another thing. Once we fill that wall up, we'll have to find another place to put another wall or something. That wall will fill up fast, and we'll pay off the mortgage.
Yes. Yeah, I think that is.
And spread Prabhupada's books everywhere. Spread Krishna consciousness everywhere.
Krishna Balram temple opened
On Ram Navami. Jai. Jai Shri Ram.
Jai Shri Ram.
Okay, so I think we have prasadam prayers now, right? Sharira avidyajal Jodhendriya tahika Jive phele Vishaya shagore Dharma jivati Lobhamo shudurmati Jagajata kotina samshare Krishna Bharadayamai Koribaro Jivachoy Shaprashad Annati Lobhai Pao Radha Krishna Guna Shri Chaitanya Nita Ekadina Shantipuri Advaitera Kore Dui Prabhu Bhajane Boshila Shakori Ashwadana Prabhu Bole Bhakta Kana Desha Krishna Ashwadira Heno Shakashwadane Krishna Prema Aishe Mane Se preme koro ashadan Jada buddhi parihari Prasad bhojana kori Hari Hari bolo sarvajan Shachirangani kabhu Madhavendra puri prabhu Prasadana koron bhojan Kaite kaite tha Ailo prema shudurbar Bole shuno shannashiragan Ocha khanta pura bari Dali dana chachari Shachi mata korilo randhan Tara shudha bhakti heri Bhoja Korila Hari Shudha Shama Eyana Pyanjan Joge Jogi Pai Jaha Hoge Ajabetaha Hari Bori Kausha Bebha Krishnera Prasadana Trijagat Kore Dana Tripurari Nache Jahapa Tripurari Nache Jahapa Mahaprasade Govinde Nama Brahmani Vaishnave Swapa Punyavatam Rajan Vishvaso Naiva Jaya Prasade Sarva Dukhana Hani Rasyopajayate Prasanna Chetaso Yashu Buddhik Paryavatishtate Bhagavat Prasadam Ki Jai. Nectarine verses. That's a 1-2 beat. That song, it should, instead of it should go. It's a little hard to get the hang of it first, but if you practice it, you'll get it.
If you remind me,
yeah.
Do it right.
Barhapidang natabaravapu karnayo karnikaram bibradvasa kanaka kapisham vaijayanting chamalam randran venu radhara shudhaya purayan gopa vrindaya vrindaranyang swapadaramanang pravishat kita kirti tava kathamritam tapta jivanam kabibhiriditam kalmashapaham Sravana mangalam shrimadattatam Bhubikrinanti ye bhurida jana Krishna Kirtana Gana Nartana Kala Patho Jani Brajita Sadbhakta Valihangsa Chakra Madhupa Shreni Viharaspadam Karnanandi Kaladvanir Vahatu Me